srpski Dame I gospodo, dobar dan. U ime CRTA želim da
Ladies
vam
and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to greet you on behalf of CRTA and wish you a warm welcome to the National Conference on Democracy Minimal Consensus. Before we start, a couple of technical details. We have provided simultaneous interpretation, so if anybody needs simultaneous interpretation, you have the equipment available throughout the conference hall. Channel 1 is English and Channel 2 Serbian. CRTA is an organization of the civil society wishes to open a public dialogue and open a discussion on the topics that are very important for the democratic society and culture in Serbia. For the quality of this discussion, we need to gather different stakeholders, both the representatives of the domestic institutions and the international experts as well. And this is why we would like to greet you for coming, and thank you for coming. The topic is going to be the position of the parliament in the democratic societies. We'll talk about the quality and the importance of the role of democracy in a democratic society. And this topic is very important to consider given the very special times that we are now faced with the global crisis and major changes that have taken place from the beginning of the war in the European continent. So first, I would like to ask Vukosav Crnjanski to address as director of CRTA. Thank you, Jovana. Good afternoon, all. Dear friends, dear representatives of the institutions, dear representatives of the international community, dear colleagues, welcome to the Conference of Democracy and Minimal Consensus. And as you all well know, the crisis of democracy is not something that took place yesterday, and it's not only present in Serbia. Today in the world, we have structural problems that bring into question the efficiency and the sustainability of democracy and encourage populism and autocratic practices. We are faced with many challenges: the climate catastrophic changes, the inequalities that have led to a crisis, to the consensus on the global peace and safety, and the lack of trust into the institutions of the society. And we cannot but mention that at the times that we are now in, we have a new war. And for us in the region, this is an experience, unfortunately, that we are well familiar with. And 30 years after, the war wounds are still fresh and easily to manipulate in the lack of a systematic support to the peace. And this further deepens the crisis of democracy and lack of trust into the power of democratic institutions. So in this shadow of such reality, we, at this conference, we're searching for answers to the questions how to recover democracy in a country which actually does not have sufficient experience in functional democracy, and which for decades crises change one after another with more or less intensity. And we are fully aware that our problems are not so specific to be excluded from a broader global picture, but that in Serbia, that is a society in transition, it does require further efforts. Elections, the parliament, media. These are what we believe three pillars in CRTA as we see them, which support democracy and which are the major areas of our activities and two major discussion flows of this conference. And where are we today? In the April elections, we once again witnessed that the challenges in achieving full democratic standards actually do remain. And the fact that the elections are still not over needs to take us a step back in terms of discussing and thinking of how the decisions were made in terms of the election conditions and the rules, as well as the solutions that have diminished the quality of the elections. And it is worrying, I have to say, of the National Assembly that, according to the experts, does not actually apply, in essence, its role, nor the supervision of the executive powers. And many examples in the past years, the parliament has lost power, both owing to the lack of capacity capacities of its own, but also to the fact that its role is being diminished and put literally at the edges of the decision-making process, while the citizens remain uninterested and lack trust in terms of the fact that the parliament should be there to protect their interests. In the media, without the freedom and professionalism, we cannot have democracy. For years, we have had the total lack of pluralism, the dissemination of disinformation as well. And how can we reach democratic and fair elections that will take care that the power is in our hands, and how to open up the discussion, a public discussion on a fact that are going to stand up to the challenges faced, how to deal with the basic questions, how to orient towards the future that for the first time is in the midst of a lack of perspective and very dangerous idea that for many years, more than ever, actually encouraged for the enforcement of nationalism in the Western Balkans.
In Serbia, we believe the dialogue is a path to exit this crisis of democracy, and we believe that this conference will demonstrate its power. We would like for this conference to offer as many policies as possible. This is why in line with Chatham House rules, we will lead a discussion in order to lose fear from misinterpretation, and in order for us to use this limited space, these 2 days, to gain more high-quality content, which we can use as guidelines for recovery of democracy. I would like to cordially thank you for responding to our invitation, and I believe that we have 2 very productive days in front of us. Thank you. Thank you, Vuka. So, the importance of this conference and the importance of dialogue, the basic pillars of democratic society, such as parliament and the media elections, have been recognized by the representative institutions who are with us here today, the representatives of the civil society, of academia, and our international partners, USAID, European Delegation in Serbia, SIDA, and the Embassy of Germany in Serbia. This is why we're here with us today. We have His Excellency, Mr. Thomas Schieb, Ambassador of Germany to Serbia, and I would like to ask him to take the floor.
Good morning, Dobar dan, Vuka, representatives of Parliament, government, the media, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting me to this important conference titled Democracy, Minimum Consensus, and for asking me to make some introductory remarks. At the start, I would like to stress 2 points in particular. In the last couple of years, the so-called rules-based international order has come under enormous pressure. With Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, this pressure has reached yet another level. Consequently, also within individual countries, those institutions safeguarding democracy were put under a lot of stress. Populist and nationalistic movements have gained momentum, and the phenomena of disinformation and fake news have thrived. We had to realize democracy, freedom of thought and expression, independent democratic institutions are extremely fragile concepts and constructions. Democracy, freedom, the respect of human rights, the way we Democrats want to live, all this needs to be defended constantly with military means in the extreme. Secondly, as Ambassador of Germany to Serbia, I am not here to lecture, but to listen, to share our own experience when it comes to building and safeguarding democratic institutions, and to give some advice. I do not have to mention that it took some terrible lessons before Germany became the strong, stable democracy it is today. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Germany wants Serbia to become a member of the family of the European Union, a community of values, as we say. Germany is supporting Serbia to get ready for the EU, which particularly means improving the rule of law, building or strengthening democratic institutions, supporting a democratic, pluralistic civil society. The Parliament, of course, is the nucleus, the center of a functioning democracy. It is the key place where representatives of different political camps discuss and argue, balance interests, find compromises, and hopefully take the right decisions. It has been almost 3 months since the triple elections were held here in Serbia, and we are all expecting the parliament to be constituted as well as the government to be formed soon. Whereas there is no magic formula for a successful democracy, neither in Germany nor in Serbia, there are important factors that favor the functioning of a democracy. These include a lively culture of discussion and debate involving all stakeholders. Democracy is the rule of the people, by the people, for the people, to quote, in a slightly amended way, Abraham Lincoln. Every voice counts, and everyone has the right to have his or her voice heard. That is why it is so important to create spaces for exchange and debate. I'm confident that the debates in the new parliament here in Serbia will become quite lively, given the fact that, unlike in 2020, all parties participated in the elections and that there will be an explicit pro-European opposition in the Skupština. Ladies and gentlemen, Germany is deeply convinced that Serbia's future lies in the European Union. Foreign Minister Baerbock confirmed this here in Belgrade in March, as did Chancellor Scholz 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago. Serbia and its neighboring countries are not only geographically located in the heart of Europe, we are also linked by a long common history and close economic and cultural cooperation. However, it has been almost 20 years now since the EU promised the countries of the Western Balkans the prospect of accession. The expectation was that this process would move faster. Now it is important to create a new dynamic. This is what Chancellor Scholz reiterated during his visit to Belgrade in June. The Western Balkan countries can count on the support of the German government. We will continue to strongly support and promote the Berlin process in order to increase regional integration and reconciliation. And let me reiterate, the Berlin process is not a substitute to EU accession. It should facilitate the difficult path towards EU membership. As I mentioned, we welcome all efforts to pursue the reforms that are necessary for EU integration. These include, in particular, the rule of law, the freedom of media, as well as the fight against corruption and organized crime. We encourage the new Serbian government to redouble its efforts to implement these reforms. In this context, it is important that the judicial reform will be concluded quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, let me briefly come back to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which marked a watershed moment, as German Chancellor Scholz said. This terrible war needs to end as soon as possible. In order to make Moscow stop the war, the EU is implementing targeted sanctions against those responsible. And let me emphasize, these sanctions are a means to an end, and they are not directed against the Russian people. They serve as an instrument for the defense of those values, peace, freedom, democracy, on which the European Union idea is based and which unite us Europeans. This is why EU candidate countries like Serbia should join these measures. It will also help Serbia make progress in terms of EU integration, but such political considerations aside, this should simply be a moral imperative. Let me conclude by emphasizing how important it is to convey to the Serbian people a more positive image of the European Union, as well as a better explanation on how they will benefit from Europe, what's in it for them. It is worrying that public approval for EU accession seems to have fallen quite dramatically in the last months. There are a number of reasons for this, one being the question of the EU expectations regarding Serbia's alignment with sanctions. However, I have the impression that a certain negative bias in the number of media outlets is not a new phenomenon. In any case, it is to be welcomed that you will discuss the role of the media as a pillar of a democracy at this conference and shed light on these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy is a difficult business. It can be messy, you win, you lose. It takes a lot of stamina and conviction. There is also a basic common understanding among the political players necessary that, irrespective of often difficult and bitter discussions, fairness and a level playing field are of the essence. In this respect, if you allow me to boast a little, I think Germany is setting a good example. After 16 long years of the government of Angela Merkel, the transition to the new government of Olaf Scholz was extremely smooth and civilized. And by the way, a well-developed politische Kultur, political culture, will also enable political opponents to reach common solutions which are more than just a minimum consensus, referring to the title of this conference. So in that spirit, I wish the participants of this conference a lively and fruitful discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And today with us, we have the head of mission of US Aid to Serbia, Danny Robertson. Please take the floor.
And witness and participate in lively debate. And we're proud to support every effort to open up space for dialogue and exchange of opinions on any topic, and on democracy in particular. As Ambassador said, democracy is a long, hard slog, but working to get it right is worth it. It can get tiring, but it's important to persevere and keep going. You are all here as part of your ongoing commitment to getting it right, to strengthening Serbia's democracy, and to supporting good governance. The discussions that we hope will take place over the next 2 days will continue to build consensus, understanding, and trust among stakeholders. Each institution and organization that's represented here today, whether it's RIC, REM, CERTA, or any other, as well as polling election boards, political parties, and individual voters, all have extremely important roles to play in the process. Collectively, you all have an extremely important obligation to your country, that of working together to safeguard the most essential process of the democratization process. In the United States, as I said, now more than ever, we feel just how delicate of a balance it is to maintain that democratic standard. That's why it's especially heartening to see so many of you today willing to be here at the time when there's not an election, and there is not, at least in Serbia, there is not a crisis. This is so important because, as President Obama said, ultimately, if people are paying attention, then we get good government and leadership. It's when we get lazy as a democracy and civically start taking shortcuts that results in bad government and politics. The most recent elections in Serbia did place you on a somewhat better pluralistic grounding, as we did see progress on the level of competition. Strong competition is essential for a healthy democracy, and this parliament will represent a more diverse collection of citizens' interests than the previous convocation. But getting elected to parliament is simply a first step. We are hopeful that the parliament will engage in competitive, constructive debate leading to the formulation of strong policy proposals that will improve the lives throughout the country. Obviously, having more diverse interests represented should contribute to a healthier and more inclusive debate. Such debate will be welcomed and encouraged as it strengthens Serbia's democracy and reinvigorates trust in the democratic process. At the same time, democracy is not simply limited to the halls of parliament or government offices. Democracy thrives when the media and civil society writ large have the scope and the ability to contribute, to question, to influence the decisions being made on their behalf. History has shown that societies which respect and defend human rights, fundamental freedoms, gender equality, democratic institutions, and the rule of law are more stable, more secure, and more prosperous. Serbia has come a long way in all of these dimensions in the past 20 years, and yet more certainly needs to be done. And your presence here is a testament to that need to keep pressing on. As a country, Serbia is working to further its integration into the EU. Deepening commitment to these values is essential to that process, but it is also more important now than ever for all of our countries as we face ever more complex global challenges. So I applaud you all for your personal and institutional commitments to improving Serbia's democracy. As always, USAID will remain a partner in these efforts, and we look forward to seeing how you will take these conversations forward beyond just these sessions. During the next 2 days, if you find yourself getting tired, staring at the walls, I would ask you to keep in mind a quote from another US president, and incidentally, the one who founded USAID back in 1961. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Thank you very much.
Hvala gospodine Robertsone. A sada bih zamolila i šefa političkog odeljenja
delegacije. I ask the head of political section of European delegation to Serbia, Mr. Dirk Lawrence, to take the floor.
Your Excellency, Ambassador Sheep, Mr. Robertson, dear Vukosawa, esteemed speakers and panelists, dear friends and colleagues. It is my great pleasure to be here today at this important and timely event. And at the beginning, I would like to apologize on behalf of my ambassador, Mr. Joffre, that he cannot be here personally with us. He would have wanted to do that, but he was not able due to prior commitments. And please rest assured that the EU delegation to Serbia, we are all very happy and proud to be among those who are financially and politically supporting this conference today. As already indicated, the conference could not have come at a better moment. Serbia has recently gone through 3 important election cycles, and one of them, the parliamentary polls, is still ongoing. Obviously, we are following this process very closely and are eagerly waiting for the completion and issuing of the final results. An early constitution of the new, fully fledged and capacitated institutions, both the parliament and the government, is crucial in order for Serbia to be able to continue to vigorously pursue the necessary reforms and the accession agenda. Before I continue to reflect a bit on the 3 topics of today's conference, let me also say this. We no longer live in the world we knew. The unprovoked and unjustified Russian aggression against Ukraine has changed the European and the world order as we knew it. We condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's unprecedented military aggression against Ukraine. By its unprovoked and unjustified military actions, Russia is grossly violating international law and undermining European and global security and stability. We deplore the loss of life and human suffering, and we call on Russia to immediately cease the hostilities, withdraw its military from Ukraine, and fully respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. The EU stands firmly by Ukraine and its people as they face this unparalleled crisis. And this is also why the EU counts on Serbia as a close partner, candidate country, and negotiating future member to respond to the Russian aggression together with us and the European Union and many other countries across the world. And let me also say this, the EU remains Serbia's strategic choice, and for good reasons. 82% of Serbia's trade is with the EU and the Western Balkans. We build hospitals for children, new roads, and we provide new ambulances and firefighting vehicles. We support Serbia's innovators, scientists, and rural farmers alike. And we invest more than 200 million euros in pure donations annually in Serbia. And we also truly believe that the EU is Serbia's best perspective for democracy, security, prosperity, and also the protection of the environment. And the EU membership is doable. There are question marks, we know, but it is merit-based, and the criteria have been the same. As for membership to happen, candidate countries need to progressively align with the EU laws and policies. This is the way forward, and this is where Serbia and the EU need to focus and invest our joint efforts. And this, of course, requires wide societal consensus and engagement, not just from the administration and the institutions, but across the political and societal spectrum. Political parties, civil society organizations, trade unions, citizens associations, youth organizations, and media. Forging as broad as possible a consensus on the EU accession as Serbia's strategic priority is vital for the country's progress on the accession path. Today, we will be discussing what we call the fundamentals in the accession process: free and fair elections, an effective, transparent, and inclusive legislature, and free media, 3 pillars of any functioning democracy. The proper functioning of Serbia's democratic institutions is at the centerpiece of Serbia's EU accession process. As many of you will be aware, each year the European Commission is issuing the country reports, an objective, neutral, and analytical snapshot of the state of play across the key areas, starting with the political criteria and rule of law to regional cooperation and good neighborly relations and the acquis. We are currently in the process of preparing a new report expected to be published in autumn. As each year, we have been conducting thorough, inclusive, and comprehensive consultations, and here the role of CSO is invaluable, and also particularly the role of CERTA, and thank you for that. The 3 topics we are discussing today are at the heart of these reports. On elections, let me recall that we have very shortly after the elections day welcomed the participation of all political forces in these elections following the engagement of the inter-party dialogue facilitated by the European Parliament. I think also a member of the Parliament is here today, and in the recent report you will have seen that the Parliament is committed to continuing the work on the inter-party dialogue also in the future. The European Parliament deployed also an election observation mission under the framework of the ODIHR election observation mission. ODIHR preliminary findings noted a diverse political offer, but also listed a number of shortcomings and deficiencies. We will closely look at the final ODIHR report and recommendations, and we stand ready to continue to engage thoroughly with the future Serbian authorities in having the recommendations fully implemented. And I think the ongoing parliamentary polls also show that there's a need for further future reforms in this regard. We are looking forward to an early completion of the election process and the constitution of the new institutions. Especially a fully functioning and pluralistic parliament plays a key role in building and nurturing the space for genuine cross-party debate and political dialogue on all key issues for the country and the future of Serbian citizens, notably on the EU accessions. These are challenging times, and they ask for bold actions. It is crucial that such decisions are made in an atmosphere of transparent, inclusive, and tolerant political debate. And we encourage all relevant political players to fully engage in the parliamentary process and to use all available institutional tools to foster political dialogue and tolerance. In this regard, I'm certain that many good ideas will emerge in the discussions today and tomorrow, including proposals on how to further improve the functioning of the Parliament, an institution that constitutes the heart of democracy and citizens' representation. And let me underline, we stand ready to support any efforts in this direction. Obviously, political parties are the key players in this process, but far from the only ones. I would like to take this opportunity and underline the importance of an enabling environment in which CSOs and human rights defenders will play their invaluable role in promoting reforms, dialogue, raising awareness about civil and political rights, and be the crucial partner of the democratic government in pushing the country forward, in consolidating democracy and functioning of the institutions, progressing on the EU path, and cementing the reforms and their results. Last but not least, one can hardly overestimate the role of the media in all these processes, creating an enabling environment in which freedom of expression can be exercised without hindrance, in which cases of threats, intimidation, and attacks on free media, and against CSO for that matter, will be processed efficiently and effectively, but where media themselves will also respect the highest standards of professionalism. Let me recall here the crucial importance of the transparent and inclusive implementation of the action plan for the media strategy. Again, let me praise and thank CIRTA for organizing this conference, gathering so many renowned guests and experts, and addressing, in their usual constructive and goal-oriented approach, these vital issues of democracy and of the EU accession process. We are looking forward to the conclusions, and as I have already stressed, stand ready to continue engaging and supporting all Serbian stakeholders in meeting the accession criteria and standards and fostering democratic processes in the country. Thank you very much, and let me wish all of us a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Hvala puno, gospodine Lorenz. I ovim uvodnim obraćanjem možemo reći da je konferencija svečano otvorena i da sada nastavljamo plenarni.
Now we continue with the plenary sessions and to start discussing the topics that are important for a democratic society and democratic development. And so at the very beginning, we will have Dr. Andy Williams, who is the international expert in parliaments, digital innovation, civil participation, and the strategic transformation of democratic institutions. Unfortunately, he was not able to attend here live this conference, but he will address us online and try to give us answers to the questions as to what is happening to democracy on a global level and what sort of challenges are we facing and how it can affect the democracy in Serbia. Mr. Williamson, please take the floor.
I'm very, very sorry that I'm a person. It's been my pleasure to visit Serbia and the Serbian Parliament on a number of occasions, so perhaps next time. I want to talk to you this morning about why democracy and particularly a strong parliament matter. Democracy has been a cornerstone of peace in Europe and a factor for national stability. Representative democracy, the basis for participation in public life. And at the heart of this is Parliament. Parliament is there to scrutinise new laws, to approve them by majority and to hold the government to account. But Parliament is there to represent the people. It's there to be their voice and to act in their best interests. Democracy is always about the people, not the person. And I think that's a very strong message that we need to carry forward in the discussions over the next 2 days. A strong parliament is not an optional add-in in a true democracy. It's the very embodiment of the democracy you've created. Yet today we're seeing significant backsliding and a wave of democratization across the globe. I apologize using de-democratization for the translators on this. It's a rather clunky word, but it's a very important one. We're seeing democracy being taken away from us. And this is something we need to challenge and reverse. And as was said already, it isn't just a problem in fragile and emerging democracies like Serbia. It's a problem in established democracies. It's a problem in the UK, in France, in the US. So it's something we have to take seriously as a global challenge. So we have to think about democratic legitimacy and where this comes from. And it comes from Parliament being elected by citizens, giving it the constitutionally defined right to make law. It comes from the interplay between government, Parliament, and the country's legal system that is defined constitutionally and well understood. And within this, a set of normative conditions allocate rights, roles, and responsibilities. All of this creates legitimacy, but one that must come with a level of scrutiny by citizens, not least, but also through a strong and free media. So these are all components that we have to have in place for democracy to function properly. And above all, democracy is about participation. As I said, it's about people. And to be effective, parliaments must be legitimate. They must be seen as legitimate and not under the control of outside actors, whether that's the government or other more subversive powers. Good parliaments are autonomous, they're fiercely independent, and they believe strongly in their critical role in making democracy happen. But let's be really clear, even good democracy is not perfect. Today we see the rise of voter apathy, the rise of nationalism, the disruption of society through disinformation, as well as political cronyism and corruption, all playing a role in the drift away from representative democracy and widespread falling trust in political systems. Of course, some of this mistrust is manufactured by forces who oppose democracy for their own gain. And this is something we need to always keep at the back of our minds. Is this disinclination to democracy a reaction to the system not working, or is it a manipulation of the system to make it appear not to be working for advantage? Even in a functioning democracy, the argument is often heard that people don't trust government or parliament. And it's important to consider too that the reverse may also be true. Historically, governments often appear to distrust the public, and they prefer the expertise of select groups of safe experts. But this is also a challenge because relying on an inside clique or a narrow group of experts or lobbyists comes at the expense of participation, and with it, building trust. So this can negatively reinforce the status quo and legitimize anti-democratic rhetoric as well. And all of this reinforces feelings of dislocation, disengagement, of democratic drift and distrust. Perhaps our greatest democratic paradox is that we live in the most connected society in history, yet it often feels more splintered and more disconnected than ever, or at least connected in less tangible, less formal ways. And I think despite this lack of trust, and despite concerns over corruption, corporate dominance, and political bias, and despite democratic systems being slow to respond to changing cultural and social norms, belief in democracy itself is almost universally strong. 87% of Europeans believe that democracy is important. They may not agree on what that democracy looks like, but they believe that some form of democracy is important. Parliaments and parliamentarians, excuse me, must play a vital role in demonstrating the effectiveness and importance of a strong democracy in modern societies. Parliament can lead from the front. Going further, evidence suggests that greater public participation leads to increased trust. Better understanding and more interest in democratic governance, thereby reducing or negating the democratic deficit, slowing the democratic drift. It can also contribute to better policy and legislative outcomes. So it's vital that we try and involve as many people as we can in making democracy work for us. And it's a fundamental principle of good democratic governance that processes are open to innovation and change, that they're responsive to the needs and demands of citizens, And in this context, a dialogue between citizens and Parliament is essential for democracy, as again it strengthens trust, but it increases the legitimacy of the democratic institutions and hopefully the effectiveness of their actions. So the place and role of citizens within traditional governance models has all too often been limited to elections. And there's an implicit understanding that governance systems will act in accordance with the broad socio-cultural norms of the society that they're in and act in its best interests. I think we see that tradition being challenged and fraying in too many places at the moment. If we take a more modern view on participatory democracy, it challenges this and it changes this legitimacy. It places citizens directly within the policy process, directly within the political and democratic process, empowering and connecting as a way to build stronger society, stronger social capital. Achieving this, though, is challenging, and it requires a cultural shift as well as procedural, legal, even constitutional change. But it's important for civil participation to be afforded the same legitimacy as other aspects in the democratic framework if we are to strengthen and build effective democracy in our nations. So I've said that parliaments are at the heart of democracy, but parliaments are often seen as conservative and risk averse. But I think what we've learned in the last 2 years over the time of the COVID-19 pandemic is this should not be confused with stasis. Parliamentary modernization through the pandemic has accelerated globally, and it means many parliaments have moved quickly to adopt solutions never considered or seen to be an option for many years to come. Much has changed in the last 2 years, and we saw leading parliaments move through three quite clear phases. First of all, a phase of enforced innovation using agile methods to increase responsiveness to the situation. That led to iterative improvements in the way parliaments were working, particularly the ability to have a virtual sitting, whether that's plenary or committee. And a second stage innovation of working solutions that allowed all of that to function as a normal parliamentary process. And now what we're seeing is these learnings and experiences being embedded in new ways of working. Parliaments now feel that they're more resilient, that they're more open to innovation, that they're more trusting of technology, that they're more capable of responding to a crisis. They are more dynamic and flexible in their day-to-day operations. Yet on the other side, we've seen other parliaments closed down, restricted in their function, and to be blunt, at risk of being left behind. And I'd like to think that even where this has happened, there is opportunity, some shards of light shining into those parliaments that can lead them towards a modern, effective parliament for the 21st century. And I think Serbia is one of the parliaments that faces a significant challenge. It has been undermined, under-resourced, has not functioned particularly well in the last few years. And that is a concern because it's not just a case of democracy being weak, but the institution of parliament not keeping pace with the opportunities for modernization and transformation and improving and embracing new democratic culture. So we have to look at a commitment to change the underlying culture of parliament, as well as more widely the democratic culture. And we have to develop a momentum around the transformation and modernization of the parliament. And I'm going to finish this morning just by saying what a modern parliament looks like as we exit the pandemic, because, as I said, it is dramatically different from what it looked like before. And I think this is an important consideration to take into your discussions over the next 2 days, that the nature of parliaments has changed. Now, a modern effective parliament has a fully functioning relationship between parliament and the executive. Legislators in the parliament have access to up-to-date and effective tools that support good practice legislative processes, and that enables them to produce timely, accurate, and evidence-based legislation, even in a crisis situation. They are also able to scrutinize and hold to account the executive, an absolutely vital function of a modern functioning parliament. And parliament is open and accessible to citizens, to NGOs, to people able to come and contribute to the making of better legislation. And they're risk aware. we've often talked about parliaments being risk averse. We now have to talk about them being risk aware with a good understanding of business continuity. And the pandemic has taught us how important this preparedness is. It's also taught us how unprepared many of our public institutions were before. So I urge you to really encourage the modernisation and transformation of Parliament into a 21st century functioning, world-leading Parliament. And there is an opportunity to do this. It's not just about members, it's about infrastructure and process and culture as well, although members are vitally important in making this change happen. All of this helps Parliament to be more visible, more trusted, more effective. Democracy isn't static, and democratic institutions have to change to keep pace and remain relevant. I hope I've been able to give you some ideas to think about over the next 2 days. I'm really sorry I can't take part in the conversation with you, but I hope over the next 2 days you're able to start a new dialogue about building a stronger Parliament, a stronger democracy, and find a route map for making Parliament at the heart of democracy in Serbia. And I wish you all well in this endeavour. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. Thank you.
Hvala puno, gospodine Williamson. Vi ćete ostati sa...
I believe you will now stay with us for a little while and take part in the panel that now follows, because we continue with the discussion with the role of the Parliament in democratic societies, which is going to be moderated by Vukosava Crnjanski, Director of CRTA, and her colloquiators are going to be Veljko Odalović, Secretary General of the National Assembly, Andrej de Munter, Desk Officer of Enlargement, Western Europe and Northern Cooperation Unit, Mr. Peter Knowles, parliamentary and political journalist, and also we have two guests who wanted to be with us but unfortunately could not attend today, but will be here online. Mrs. Jovana Marović, Minister of European Affairs of the Government of Montenegro, and Mr. Vladimir Bilčik, Member of the European Parliament, Rapporteur for Serbia. Vuko, please take the floor, and we will now move this desk from the stage. Thank you, Jovana. Thank you, Jovana. Thank you all
for joining me here at this table. As you can see, we'll have a hybrid discussion. Some of the panelists are online and some are here with us in the room. And I think these are the right people to discuss parliaments. And of course, it's a great honor for me to greet all of our speakers here today at this plenary. Of course, in the agenda, you can see their CVs, but I'm sure you're familiar with the majority of them. And we have Commissioner Ms. Jankovic here, and I have to say that I'm quite happy that we have gender equality at this. I cannot really say that we have a lot of gender equality at this table. I have to apologize for that, but maybe we can correct that by giving the ladies the floor first. Today here we're talking about the role of parliaments in democratic societies, and quite often in CRTA we say that the perspective of democratization without the perspective of EU membership is threatened in a manner. Parliament is one of the key institutions in the EU integration process, which should on one hand guide us at the level of the legislative framework towards alignment of that framework with membership, and on the other hand, it should keep the hold the executive power accountable for the implementation, and should also represent a focus for debate, dialogue, and consensus. And this is what we shall discuss this morning. And that is state democratization and Europeization, but from the viewpoint of the highest representative institutions, their role as it is and as it should be from the aspect of strengthening of democratic capacities. And Jovana Marovic is CETA's great friend, and with her we have a lot joint discussions and represented the region, individual countries here in Brussels and in numerous decision-making centers around Europe and the world. And we tried to criticize, warn, and provide recommendations to civil society. And today I would like to thank her, I would like to congratulate her on the decision to enter the politics in a different manner and to take political accountability through one of the most important functions in Montenegro as the Deputy Prime Minister and European Affairs Minister. So, as I already said, we don't really have real gender equality on this panel, but this is why I would like to give the floor to Jovana first. And since we are talking about the minimal consensus, I think it would be interesting for all of us to hear, since you wore many hats and you were in the shoes of all of us sitting here, and I think it's important to hear the perspective from another person's shoes, but also from the regional viewpoint on how ready we are, how ready we are actually to talk and discuss issues, and is there any future for democracy without the EU in this region? So, Vuka, thank you for all of these nice words. I'm really sorry that I was unable to join you, even though it was planned, but I have to be in the Parliament today and tomorrow, precisely due to the control role of the Parliament, which is very important in the EU integration process. And yes, I was a part of the civil sector for a long time, and I worked on EU integration processes, and the problems and my viewpoint regarding those problems have not really changed. Partly because the Western Balkan is still lagging behind when it comes to integration process. And it seems to me that during the last decade, we haven't really moved a lot. And when it comes to political players in Western Balkan countries, they don't really realize that we have to all work together on this process, and that every link in the chain is important. When we talk about the Parliament, we often say that it has a key legislative function, since the focus is on alignment with the EU acquis when it comes to integration processes, but also the Parliament has a very important control role, and since it has to control and guide the executive power, government. And this has been neglected both in Montenegro and in Western Balkans when it comes to integration process. And the third segment is the one that relates to visibility of the integration processes and the public awareness of that process. Montenegro, at least, that we did better in that field. Since Montenegro, 75% of citizens support EU integration process, even after a decade of negotiations. And this is precisely because they see EU as a symbol of better living and higher standards, but they still believe Montenegro has a chance to enter EU. And if we were talking about the Parliament and its legislative function, I would say that the Parliament's legislative function can provide a key impetus and incentive for EU integration processes, but can also block the negotiation process. In 2013, we have adopted the constitutional amendments that enabled us to make a step forward in chapters 23 and 24 related to the rule of law. In that way, we managed to open other chapters. However, today, 10 years later, we find ourselves in a situation when the Parliament is blocking the EU integration process. This partially happens because the society in Montenegro is quite polarized, and even And we had a situation in the parliament where we had two equal blocks, 81 MPs. We have 81 MPs in the parliament, 41 is the parliamentary majority, and 40 of them were in the opposition. So when we go back to the constitutional amendments, the fact that the majority of MPs voted on those was very important. However, today we find the situation, it's very hard for us to get a two-thirds majority of the parliament, and that is currently blocking the processes. Right now we are voting on the Judicial Council. We have the acting state prosecutor for a while, and it's necessary to liberate the judiciary from political influence and to have independent key institutions in order to ensure the trust of citizens in the judiciary. And without those, we cannot talk about key reforms in the fight against corruption and organized crime. So this is currently a burning issue in our negotiation process, since we opened all the chapters and closed only 3 of those, and we cannot close any more chapters unless we achieve results regarding the chapters 23 and 24. And currently, the unwillingness of the political parties to cooperate is the key obstacle to EU integration processes right now. And this is why the political dialogue is very important. Right now, in order to make key decisions, we need 3 MPs more in order to reach this magical number of 49 MPs. But that shouldn't be the only goal of political dialogue, to get the minimum number of MPs needed for key decisions. Political dialogue should be wide, and we should have a consensus on key reforms and key issues in the country. And I think this is precisely why all political actors have to give their contribution. And often, I don't see why it is so difficult to name independent and impartial people on 2 key positions. And every political party has to be held accountable and has to participate in the dialogue and do their best in order to reach a level of understanding. But unfortunately, often everybody's thinking only of their own interest, and this is why we stagnate.
Thank you, Jovana. Thank you. This is an excellent test where the government changes people, and given that you were very critical as an expert and member of the civil society, you remain there. And thank you very much for this view from Montenegro. And before we move on to Serbia, we have to, I believe, when we talk about the parliaments and the European perspective, we have to see and talk a little bit about the European Parliament. And Vladimir Bilčik is the Secretary General of the National Assembly, the member of the European Parliament, rapporteur for Serbia. And Vladimir Bilčik, in the previous period, had a very important role in our society, that it co-facilitates the inter-party dialogue, and he's very familiar with the situation in Serbia. And now, to stay in Brussels and to talk a little bit about the European Parliament and their attempts in a complicated and a huge system of European Union to encourage and reinforce the trust and its position. And what is it that you do, and how do you do it as an institutions and individuals to impose the topics, to talk with one another, to negotiate, to find a consensus, and to be sure that you have done everything to reestablish the public interest, to define what is public interest in perspective of the European Union, and to protect it? Once again, Mr. Bilčik, thank you for being here with us today. Good afternoon.
And of course, many friends who are in Belgrade. First of all, my big sorry for not being there with you, but I promise I will be in Belgrade probably in early fall. And I hope by the time I arrive, you will have a well-functioning and running parliament and also a new government. I think we are all waiting for that, and fingers crossed it happens as soon as possible. I also want to thank Septam and everyone for putting this together. Indeed, it is very timely, and for inviting me, for having me here. Now, you're asking me a question about European Parliament, so let me make a few remarks about how we work in the European Parliament, and I can also provide a couple of very hands-on examples which tie this issue, connect this issue to the Western Balkans. And let me also maybe just say a few remarks about how I see the state of parliamentary democracy in the Western Balkans and why I believe it is extremely important. Now, on the European Parliament, perhaps a good way of illustrating how we operate and how we work is to look at some of the reports which directly touch on the Western Balkans. I am the standing rapporteur for Serbia, so we, of course, every year draft a report which looks at the Commission's report on Serbia, and it's a political report in European Parliament and looks at the situation on the ground in Serbia, and of course looks at the positions of the various political groups in the European Parliament, and that's the result which we get. Now we are going to vote on the report on Serbia in next month's plenary, actually next week's plenary. The vote is scheduled for early July in Strasbourg, so I invite everyone to follow the debate and also to follow the vote. But this report is something which has not happened overnight. It's a result of a long process which actually began last year already. So one of the answers which I want to provide is that there is a lot of work inside the Parliament, inside the European Parliament, which is a very lively, very dynamic institution, when we try to come up with a position, a report, a piece of legislation. We have a lot of internal negotiations among the political groups in the different committees where our work is organized. Also, of course, with our executive, which is the European Commission in this respect, but also the other co-legislator, which is the Council, the member states. The European Parliament is not a normal parliament because the European Union is not a state. It is much more than an international organization. It's a political system in which the European Parliament is the one body which is elected by all EU citizens across the European Union, across the member states. It represents the people, the voice of the people. But of course, to agree on anything, we have to have also a broader agreement with the member states, the representatives, and we have to follow the proposals by the Commission, which can initiate the legislation. In that sense, we are also a unique parliament because we don't directly initiate legislation, but we can draft reports, and we draft a lot of reports, our own initiative reports, which then really set the agenda and also try to push the Commission towards proposing specific legislation. I think one of the messages which I can leave you with is that there is a lot of internal work, months of internal work behind any report, any output. There are a lot of internal discussions. And I think the one thing which is extremely important for this to work is that there is a culture of discussion, culture of debate, yes, culture of disagreements, but ultimately a culture which fosters compromise solution. We have long negotiations before we get to compromise solutions, and we negotiate within the committees, among the political groups inside the parliament. We don't do boycotts. We don't go to the street to be heard. We try to resolve things within the institutional framework, and we try to use every report as an opportunity to have a decision, not to have a non-decision. And maybe this is a couple of messages I also want to leave with you for the region of the Western Balkans. I'm very pleased that Deputy Prime Minister Jovana Merovic talked about the current situation in Montenegro, because I'm convinced that Montenegro is to move towards the European Union. The Skupština there will be absolutely decisive. The parliament will be decisive. We don't have the majority, ideally 3/5, quite frankly, but even 2/3 for some key decisions. that the process is not going to move. And in that sense, it is primarily a decision of the people who sit in Skupština, who have the responsibility, who are elected. The same goes for Serbia. As I said, I'm crossing my fingers for your constitution of a new parliament, for finally completing the electoral process. It is not very fortunate that we still don't have the elections from the 4th of April elections. From the 3rd of April elections, but I hope you can do this soon as possible indeed. But again, the parliament in Belgrade will be decisive when it comes to any progress on European integration, because it will have to produce a majority for legislative change, for adoption, new laws which are in line with the EU acquis, but of course for also taking important political decisions. So without a functioning parliament, it's difficult to talk about any progress when it comes to European integration. So I hope we can also be helpful from the side of the European Parliament in making the parliamentary democracy work in the region. Indeed, we were engaged in the inter-party dialogue in Serbia, and I hope we can continue to be engaged with the new, more representative parliament. I'm very pleased that the opposition ran in these elections. It will represent the new parliament. I hope it gets a proper role in the new parliament. That is to say, yes, there is going to be a governing majority, and we still do not know who is going to form the governing majority. That's part of the excitement. That's part of politics. That's part of what pushes the politicians towards compromises. There is not a single party which holds an absolute majority. Now, I think actually that's healthy for any democracy, for any parliamentary democracy. So again, fingers crossed on the composition of a government. But I think it's also important to remember that the opposition has to play an important role when it comes to leading certain committees and having a proper space and time to voice their positions inside the parliament. I think, and this is where I would like to pick up maybe on the last point and to pick up on what Andy Williamson said in his initial speech, parliamentary democracy and parliaments have changed as much of our societies have changed in the past couple of years as a consequence of the pandemic and as a consequence of a series of crises we are going through. This is where I think it's important to adjust and to make sure that the parliaments are at the forefront of institutional changes in our democracies, to take into account the changes we have faced since the pandemic. In particular, the fact that we weren't able to meet for a long time has pushed us to a lot more online conversations. Now, I do believe that politics, meaningful politics, can only in the end be done physically. Key decisions can only be done physically, but a lot of decisions, a lot of conversations, a lot of preparation can be done also online. You know, when I worked on my Serbia report, we had constant, long discussions with my colleagues from the European Parliament, from the other groups, also online, not just physically. We do a lot more work online, and I think this could be something which could also be an inspiration for parliaments across the region of the Western Balkans. And of course, we have to make sure that our role as the safeguards of democracy, also watchdogs of the executive, are well preserved. The COVID-19 situation, the pandemic, really led to the position of a stronger executive on many fronts. Yes, we had to take fast decisions to protect the health and the safety of the people. But at the same time, it's important that the scrutiny by the parliament is there. The decisions and the responsibility of the members of the parliament is to decide on how we release the money, how we deal with, for instance, COVID certificates, which, by the way, we prolonged in the European Parliament just last week again for another year. COVID might be back, perhaps in a less of a stringent form, but it will be present. So we need to be ready for a European solution here. There are, for many questions which we are facing, no national solutions, no Slovak, no Serbian, no German solutions, but only European solutions. And I hope this is something which can also be an inspiration for our colleagues and friends across the Western Balkans to work with us on these European solutions, because I think that's also one of the ways how we can make sure that we not only talk about a European path, a European perspective, but actually we seriously start talking about European Union membership. Enlargement is back in the game of European politics. That's very clear. It's also clear from the European Parliament's work of recent weeks and months. The granting of the candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova is a huge step, not just for our eastern neighbors, but I think it's also an excellent news for the Western Balkans. We are discussing enlargement seriously also with the member states. And I think those who are ready to move, those whose parliaments will be ready to take some key decisions on their strategic dimension, but also on the personal appointments, such as in the judiciary, prosecution, which our friends and colleagues in Montenegro are discussing currently, but also on fundamental reforms in line with the EU acquis. Those have a chance to really achieve the European Union membership in the next few years. And I hope that Serbia, which I think faces some extremely important and strategic decisions in coming weeks and months, and some of these have been already outlined by the introductory speakers. I listened carefully to Ambassador Sheep, for instance. And I'm not going to repeat what those issues are. But again, these decisions will reflect heavily on what space and what room the parliament in Belgrade has to really focus on a meaningful change towards the EU membership, because I think we need to start talking about EU membership again, not just the path, not just the perspective, but the EU membership. And the European Parliament will be at the forefront of these efforts. We will continue to be engaged, either in the context of the inter-party dialogue with our Serbian friends and colleagues, or an excellent project of the Citizens' Assembly, which we launched in Montenegro last year. But also we have other ways of being engaged through, for instance, the Simone Weil dialogue, when we talk about gender parity, gender equality. This is a specific program designed to help support the participation of women MPs in the region. And I'm sure my colleague Andrea Munter from the office of the European Parliament can talk about some of this in more detail. I'm happy to stay in for discussion and debate. I know your question was particularly directed at the work of the European Parliament. I'm happy to talk about it a little more. But I think it's also important to talk about how we can connect our work with the challenges you're facing in the region. And I am convinced that the only meaningful future of the region is in Europe, in the European Union. And I hope we can join forces to make sure that this indeed happens, despite a number of tectonic forces, which at the moment are probably not very supportive when it comes to parliamentary democracy, when it comes to European integration, when it comes to Europe, when it comes to democracy in general and freedom in general. But we need to fight this. And I think having a conference like this is an excellent opportunity to talk about it as openly as possible. Thanks again for the opportunity, and happy to stay here for your questions. And I look forward to being in Belgrade with you as soon as this is possible, sometime after the summer.
Hvala vam, gospodine Bilčik, hvala na i ovim...
Thank you, Mr. Bilčik. Thank you for these motivating and encouraging words for all of us who wish to see Serbia as an EU member state. With us here today, we have Mr. Veljko Odalović, today Secretary General of the Serbian Parliament. But I would like to go back to the time when Mr. Odalović was also Secretary General, and that is from 2008 to 2012. Just to remind you, at that time, the Parliament was very much lauded for its openness, its cooperation with the civil sector, civil society, its cooperation with independent institutions. I think of this as a golden age of Parliament from the aspect of cooperation between different players in the democratic society. And CERTA, as you well know, through the Open Parliament initiative, focuses on the Parliament, and we see the Parliament as one of our main partners. So my question would be that as days go by, we don't see that the Parliament is as strong as it was. It's definitely less open. And what I would like to hear from Mr. Odalović is, what do you think? Does the Serbian Parliament have the capacity to play the main role in building the consensus on the most important social and political issues? What are its main strong points and what are the main challenges that it's facing. Thank you. I would like to greet all the participants and, of course, the organizer, because such events, conferences, are one of the ways to create the environment which could enable the increased transparency in the parliament as well, so we could have high-quality debates. Of course, the role of the media and the role of the CSOs actually present good foundations for what lies in our future, and that is that in a parliament that will certainly be a quite politically diverse parliament, we have a prerequisite to implement many of the issues that we've been discussing. The last convocation of Parliament was a consequence, partially the consequence of the boycott, and it was sort of, and also consequence of this undefined space that the position found itself in. And the parliament was such that there was not a lot of space for discussions. And the dialogue that did exist resulted in changes of electoral legislation and allowed us to have elections that provided us with such a representative, so to say, parliament. So Mr. Bilček mentioned dialogue that he participated in. Another we had also separate dialogue because some parties didn't want to discuss issues with the representatives of the European Parliament. So we had a separate discussion where we heard a lot of constructive proposals and suggestions. Many of them were introduced in the new laws. And also the part of the opposition that did wish to talk to European MPs. There were a lot of political options that actually discussed issues both with the European Parliament and with the political parties within Serbia. So we managed to open some issues that were important. And the third dialogue was conducted with ODIHR, and discussions that they provide, recommendations that they provided were seriously discussed, and some of them were incorporated in the new electoral legislation. And even with such full openness, once we adopted the law, we saw it had some deficiencies that reduced its effectiveness. And because we have these delays, and now we are hostages of a mandate that needs to be resolved in a place where there's currently no readiness to establish a democratic environment in order to fully implement the elections, get the final results, and form the parliament, and then start establishing the executive authorities. What I hope that will finish by the end of this week is an institution that should take up a part of its competences and start adopting some acts that are very important for the future. And this will be the place for us to hear different views and proposals, and certainly definitely different initiatives. But we need to go back to the main function of the Parliament, and that is the making of the most important decisions. When you look at different systems, whether it's US or France, and once parliamentary elections take place in these countries, the presidents are, even though they have a lot of power, are afraid of the new convocation of parliament because anything they propose has to be accepted by the parliament. And this is why the role of the parliament is very important, because the parliament represents the citizens. And this is why it's important to prepare a lot, because it's relatively easy to discuss these issues on a conference when it's organized by CSOs or during a media debate. And it's good to have such discussions because you hear a lot of different opinions, and it's a less formal situation, and you hear things that you wouldn't be able to hear somewhere else. And this is very good. This is also good for political parties because it helps them keep their eye to the ground and hear some good ideas or suggestions that can help them reach a certain compromise. And when it comes to the parliament, on the first session, we are forming parliamentary delegations. So it's a high-quality debate. And the fact is now we have several political parties, the representatives of different parties will be members of parliamentary delegations and will be able to present their political views. Because our delegations don't get an agenda, and they don't get instructions on what they need to say and how they need to vote. And it's good to hear different opinions, because just look what's happening with the European Parliament, and which treats the issue of Kosovo, which is a very painful topic for us, in a way that's not acceptable for us. And now it's impossible for us to, of course, act directly. But there is also room for us to state our opinion in different venues. And of course, we have different mechanisms that need to start fully functioning. And it seems to me that this golden age that you mentioned was not that much different for all the periods to come, but they were more, I think, initiatives, and the political environment was a bit different. Because if Mr. Kamberi gets up and says, I'm the only opposition in Serbia, that's one thing. But this dialogue that we've organized and that Mr. Belček participated in might be a way for us to look for solutions for difficult issues that will produce quality outputs. And the transparency of Parliament and the control function or functions of the Parliament, where we can question members of the government every Thursday, and other mechanisms will definitely become more effective, and I think that they will result in a dialogue. And I think dialogue is the foundation stone for successful work of the Parliament. And this is why such events and the topics that you are interested in and there also and you also played an active role, regardless of whether we agreed with everything that you've said, but we read your suggestions and considered them, and you monitored the entire process, because it's very important for us to see the suggestions not only of external observers, but also your suggestions, because you are from Serbia and you have a different viewpoint in comparison to an expert who is an expert for electoral legislation, but is in Serbia only for a week or two. And they sometimes like the full context. For example, they asked for us to prolong the deadlines for complaints. And now we found a situation where we have 4 weeks in regular procedure. And now we need to wait even more. Now the entire Electoral Commission is waiting. We'll see how the administrative court will react. And I mean, of course, it was not those who asked for prolonged deadlines didn't have any bad intent, but now it actually proves to be counter-effective. And now we have these municipal electoral commissions. All of these are the things that take place in the Parliament. And this is why the Parliament actually does a lot of things, ratifies international treaties and conventions, creates also different kinds of obligations, since the country becomes a part of different international organizations by ratifying certain conventions. So there's it has a very important role. It just needs to become more active. And I think that right now we have a good environment, a good legislative framework, and a parliament that's willing to engage in discussion. And I'm certain that my future colleagues will be able to achieve a lot of results.
Thank you, Mr. Odalovic. I have no doubt that the Parliament has the power to be a central point for the discussion and for the consensus. But what we definitely can say is that our National Assembly greatly relies on the European Parliament. And Andrei de Munter comes from the expert office of the Unit of the European Parliament for the expansion of Western Europe and Northern cooperation, and has vast experience and excellent knowledge of the regional context. And all that we have heard, owing to the time and the discussion, what sort of capacities do the parliaments need to develop, including our National Assembly as well, in order to be able to adequately be the key institution for the dialogue based on facts and for the achievement of the consensus? You have, and we would like to hear, how do you see the position and the contribution of other parliaments in the region in these processes, and the Europeization and democratization, and the two questions that we have discussed to put into one, owing to the time also, but I believe that Mr. Odalovic has given a good introduction to what we wanted to hear from you. And this is primarily the support of the European Parliament to the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. I mean, this is extremely challenging in a couple of minutes. I mean, I would just like to give maybe some fruit for discussion over the coming days. First of all, thank you for inviting me. Second, I need to make it clear, I mean, Vlado Bilčík already said it, and you made an effort of translating into Serbian the notion of desk officer, like expert office. We don't have expert offices, but I mean, it is what it is. But I mean, Mr. Bilčík is member of European Parliament. I am European Parliament staff, so whatever I say in my capacity as desk officer dealing with specific countries from the region. And maybe just, I mean, a bit unrelated, I think I can say happy anniversary. It's 20 years of CERTA this year. And to my pleasant surprise, I found out that until 2009, it was called Linet, Liberal Network. I mean, you might not know, but Linet is a very famous Turkish singer, and I don't want to make I mean, an extra effort to advertise her, but I mean, go on Spotify and discover her and see what the connection to your organization is. I mean, now to come to, on a more serious note, I mean, Vlado Bilčík already spoke about the lengthy processes that lead to the adoption of our follow-up reports of the European Commission's report. And he said we don't take to the streets, which means that everything is done in a very civilized way. And that would bring me to my first point. The development of a political culture which is non-confrontational in many ways. I mean, like avoiding hate speech in Parliament, you know, which we have seen. I mean, and we are not talking only about the Parliament in Serbia. I mean, it is very polarized in many parliaments. I would like to add a gender component here as well. I mean, with individualized attacks on, I would say, preferably women, or conveniently women. I mean, this is important to say that, I mean, it is more women than men who fall victim to it. We have had also personalized attacks on some of our own MEPs. I'd say this is not just something that is happening in the Serbian parliament. Now, in the whole discussion with Sweden, Finland, and Turkish attempts to try and have satisfaction, I would say, on some issues of concern to them. I mean, we also have another MEP who is being attacked or framed in a specific way, and I wouldn't underestimate the importance of that. I could only give, I mean, your question was like the capacities to develop. I would say it's all capacities. It's a bit everywhere. I mean, definitely more pluralism, but this will be a given for the next parliament. The big question mark is what will be made out of it. I mean, will the opposition also be, or try to be, a constructive opposition? And I mean, like, ready also for, not like this is now our time to attack the ruling coalition, let's say, but to engage, as we do in the European Parliament, as Vlado Bilčík said. I was present at one of those stages in which the rapporteur, with the shadow rapporteurs of the other political groups, discuss the hottest topics, political topics, etc. They try and reduce a big number of amendments to have an agreement on a way to phrase it, and I have to say it is all very civilized. And this is, I mean, just, but this is not something that can happen overnight, of course. You have to work on it. So moving away from confrontational language, I think, is an important aspect. The full use of the oversight and scrutiny competences. I mean, if you read the as you have done, because you referred to what was said about Kosovo in the report, which is not like the one already adopted in plenary, as Mr. Bilčík said, that would be next week. I mean, you will find elements there which prove that we take in the European Parliament our scrutiny role very seriously. I mean, like, it is about the Commission, even the Commissioner is mentioned there. I mean, this is part of what a strong parliament should do. In the case of Serbia, the Serbian parliament, I think what we need, but this is also, I think, in the resolution, like a follow-up now of the constitutional reform on which there was a referendum with amendments that would enable the actual implementation. In the end, it is all about implementation. And this brings me to another point, which is the code of conduct. And I think that, I mean, we don't want to present, several people said, we are not going to preach to you. Of course, it's not about preaching. I mean, but the Serbian parliament and other parliaments in the region, they can take individual elements. You could find something useful in the Finnish parliament, in the Bundestag, in practices, good practices or best practices of the European Parliament. I mean, we have our code of conduct. But now, when there are cases of extreme, like hate speech, it has happened. Discrimination of women, it has happened. I mean, there are sanctions. I mean, one very well-known example is the way, at the time that MEP Nigel Farage treated the first European president, as people say, Herman van Rompuy. I mean, there was a sanction there. It can be a fine. I mean, if people go on their individual election observation in parallel to an official mission, and they say exactly the opposite of what the official EP mission says, this is potentially catastrophic for reputation. So we are talking here about reputational aspects. I mean, there is a lot we can say. Mr. Bilčík referred to the Simone Weil program with the specific, a specific focus on empowerment of female, newly elected female MPs in parliament, preferably also young people. Of course, all these programs are very nice. We have them in place, etc. But if we have regularly snap elections, early elections, of course, the return on investment is not always what you would imagine. And I was personally charmed by a recent initiative or a call from the European movement in Serbia to use the number of parliamentary mandates that have been kept in reserve following Brexit to have observers, observer MPs from the region in the European Parliament. Of course, this is all very political, and we have a tradition there as of 2004, let's say 1 year before the actual accession, we had members of the national parliaments of the countries that at the time were already called acceding countries because they were in the very last phase with a signed accession treaty already. I don't know to what extent this idea could be feasible now. I mean, in particular, when we don't know when the next accession will take place. But still, it is a good idea to at least consider or explore, I mean, what are we doing that is ad hoc with some follow-up, and there will be follow-up on issues like, which is also something mentioned by Mr. Bilčík, something very successful that we did, or my colleagues did, in Podgorica, where a random selection of, I think, some 50 citizens were engaging in the assembly, also with politicians. Mr. Bilčík himself was there as well, on issues, everyday issues like corruption, because corruption is really an issue everywhere, also in our countries. I mean, there is no country that could say we are corruption free, and I'm sure that the colleagues will build on that. So in a way, we are also eagerly awaiting the constitution of the new parliament, because with all the capacity building activities that we have on offer, it is always on offer. The same for the inter-party dialogue. I mean, it is not like, hello, we are coming. No, I mean, the people, the parliament, the country, the parliament, the structures need to be ready to engage and to be ready to start this process. And at least we had some that you are looking at me like, please finish, and I'm not even,
I'm not.
halfway. Can I maybe mention something which I think still, so in my capacity as desk officer also for regional cooperation, and I'm also looking, even if it is on the screen, at Mr. Williamson and strengthening parliamentary democracy. The Berlin process, okay, fine, with its benefits, with its deficiencies that could be remedied. In particular, I think it failed on reconciliation, which is the hot topic that everybody wants to walk past, apparently. But to me, for sustainable regional cooperation, it is inevitable to work on that as well. There is no parliamentary dimension in the Berlin process. Our MEPs have been occasionally invited on fringe meetings, civil society forum. I mean, when I say fringe, it is outside the really official. It's not because I'm all for civil society, as you know very well, but I mean the ad hoc invitations for an MEP to participate in a debate there. I think the European Parliament, not only the European Parliament, also the parliaments from the region deserve a place at the table there. I mean, it is a parliamentary dimension. And maybe to conclude, I had many other things. I mean, on the same issue of parliamentary dimension of the enlargement process, there is no one in this room who has never heard about the revised methodology document of 2020. Well, if you look at this document, there is not even a mention of the European Parliament there. There is no mention of our formal inter-parliamentary cooperation that we have with the Serbian Parliament, the Montenegrin Parliament, etc. So this should make us think not only national parliaments in the region, but also us as European Parliament. I mean, we constantly, I mean, it has been said, democracy, I think Ambassador Schiebe was the first one to mention it. Democracy is not a given. We have to defend it every day. We have to fight for it. We also, as a European Parliament, have to fight for our privileges. We are being very heavy, to put it like that, on the Commission, for instance, when it is about conditionality, rule of law, for the use of EU funds in the framework of the pre-accession assistance, now the third package, IPA 3. I think I have to, unless you give me one more minute.
One more minute.
Thank you. I mean, just another idea. In one of my previous positions, I was working on national parliaments and relations with national parliaments. There is also a lot of interesting material there. I mean, Serbia has been participating as a candidate country like other candidate countries because they are invited by default to COSAC, for instance, the conference of the European integration committees of the member states, plus candidate countries. By the way, I think it's about time we don't make that distinction any longer between, for the purpose of these meetings. To me, it seems a bit unfair that the ones who are potential candidate countries miss the boat, or they kindly address the European Parliament and the structures of COSAC. Can we ad hoc attend the meeting? And next time also ad hoc. I mean, if I were to decide, I would say, okay, you are all welcome. But this is an opportunity also for the national parliaments of the region to engage with their counterparts of the national parliaments of the EU, which is also important. So there are plenty of possibilities there to do that also. I didn't even have the opportunity to talk about all other ways that we can engage in as European Parliament. But as I say, these things are on offer, and we don't impose anything on anyone. And congratulations also for your latest newsletter, which I would recommend. It's number 18, I think, which I would recommend everybody to, because I like the structure of the 2 pages contribution from different angles. And sorry for being longer.
No, thank you very much. I'll switch in Serbian. You should. Mislim da je mnogo.
I think that it is very important. So I think that it is very important. Thank you, first of all. This topic is a huge topic and very broad and requires time. But given the sort of a narrative in Serbia, which is constantly present, that the European Union is an entity that only conditions, it is very important to hear where the support lies and where you can provide support for the democratization of a country. Where is the support to the parliament, which is key, the democratization process, to the society, and so on and so on. So thank you very much for all that you have mentioned, and I believe that it is important that, of course, a panel cannot cover all of the topics, but it can open topics for further discussion, right? So in the next 2 days, we'll be talking more about this, but it is very good to hear, and I hope at the very beginning, this is only, as I said at the beginning, this is only the beginning of further direction for the improvement and recovery of democracy in our society. And Peter Knowles, a long-term parliamentary and political journalist working today as C-SPAN for Westminster producer, and was the editor of the BBC Parliament. And we met at a time when he was basically editing and governing what the British audience and public will hear from the British Parliament. And at the time, the media and the citizens, the media and the citizens at the parliament, and I don't want to end this discussion from this perspective. Connecting your role and this context that you have just heard in Serbia, in the region and the EU perspective, what is the role of the parliament and how is it underestimated or marginalized? And the parliament in the public, in the audience, is conceived as boring. And we need the citizens who watch the parliament, who are being informed on the basis of the parliament, and who further put pressure on the parliament, but with every right to do so, because we have our representatives there. So what would you say? Where do we start? What is what needs to be done to give the power back to the parliament, and where is the role of the media and the civil society as well, from your perspective?
I need to be brief because the translators are going to need a rest and you need coffee, so I'll be quick. I think that it would be really nice if there are new parliamentarians here in this audience, in this room and online.
There are.
Because it's a really good moment to just ask yourself, what am I here for? What's the point of being a member of parliament? There are three mandates. There are three places power and responsibility come from. One is very obviously the people who elected you, of course. There is also, I think, from your own experience and your conscience. And there's also the strong association and affiliation you have to party, to the political programme, the basis on which you stood for election. And what's interesting is that in many parliaments there is no job description. There is nothing that defines which of those three is the most important. How do you relate the three together? And I think that's quite healthy. It means that members of parliament have to think and respond as they become more experienced, and that balance between those three sources of energy in your political lives, the constituency mandate, your conscience, and your party, may change over time, and every MP treats it differently. I think that's really important and valuable as we look at what parliaments do. I won't reprise the roles of Parliament. Andy Williamson at the start of this gave a very good account of the different types of activity, scrutiny, and so on that parliaments provide. But I do want to ask this question. Of MPs, if you think that your role is to push a button, yes or no, at the end of a debate, in line with what your party has told you to do, then I've got a really good suggestion which I could make to save a bit of energy. It won't save the climate crisis, but that button pushing is almost unnecessary. You could do it all online. There is really not a lot of point being a member of parliament and only turning up to do what your party has told you to do. And that applies, I think, in every parliament, and people discover that at different stages in their political lives. Now, there are two recent extreme cases are both problem cases. One is the current war in Europe, and although Parliament in Westminster has offered interesting debates, Parliament's role is actually quite minor, and the reason for that simply is there is a tremendous degree of consensus about what the response should be to President Putin's Tsarist project. So there isn't a lot of conflict. There is debate, but Parliament doesn't have, at the moment, a particularly striking role in this. The pandemic was really interesting because the government in the UK and in many countries imposed really quite draconian restrictions on lifestyle and behaviour, very often without any serious consultation with Parliament. These were done under urgent powers, often retrospective, and Parliament's role was very minor. You might think that that was a serious problem going forward, but I would suggest that two things. One is most MPs say never again. We're not going to let that happen a second time because a lot of the urgent decisions taken under urgent powers weren't very good ones. So they've remembered why scrutiny is useful. And the other thing that happened was a cultural thing, which is that new members of Parliament never really came under effective parliamentary party discipline. The whips, the people in charge of party discipline, never got their hands on them. They barely met them. They tried to do it online. It didn't work. So we have now a very rebellious and interesting group of members of Parliament who never went through that process of being shown how they should do things and, in effect, how they should push the buttons. So, interesting outcomes. Finally, process change. Yes, there are lots of things parliaments can do. It's great to start with questions to the government ministers on Thursdays, which we've heard about, but governments can get up to quite a bit of mischief and problems the other days of the week too. So being able to call the government to account on every sitting day and at very short notice is terribly important. And the role of committees and the independence, the relative independence from party influence of committee chairs, hugely important. And I could go on, I won't go on. Lots of process things. In the end, what these rely on is a culture and a spirit of independence, a will towards exercising conscience, a determination that officials of Parliament should be impartial, that the Speaker should operate on an impartial basis and have plenty of power. That's all a matter of will and spirit and determination for independence of the individual member of Parliament. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry that we don't have enough time to discuss now at the session, but we have actually a little bit later. I sad zato što sam...
And now, because I was given a lot of angry messages, because I know and I'm well aware of how much we have exceeded the agenda, I have to ask Mr. Andy Williamson, whom we plan to wrap up this meeting, this plenary session, with a comment. Final comment of everything that he has heard compared to what he initially presented as said. So, Andy, please take the floor.
All the panelists, I'll be really brief because I know coffee is calling you, and I'm going to echo everything that Peter just said in terms of the operation of Parliament, the day-to-day function of it. There's a lot of experience and common sense in those statements, and I think you would do well to take them on board. Also, the earlier speakers have framed what Parliament does and Parliament's role, and it's interesting. Andre's comments about the role of the European Parliament in some of the processes and how they can be marginalised. You know, it's easy to accidentally marginalise Parliament because Parliament is a legislative body. It's often excluded from policy discussions. But actually, when it comes to setting the direction of travel for democracy, it's absolutely vital to include Parliament. And I think I'll leave you with one thought. There's a lot of things I could say, but I won't because I know you do want coffee. And that is, don't see opposition as oppositional, which sounds a little strange. But actually, when you see a functioning Parliament, what you see is government and opposition dissipate within a committee room to a group of very experienced people with a wealth of knowledge and life experience who can listen and digest and process what they're hearing in a fairly neutral way. So leave your political baggage behind to make better laws. Look at how you work as a collegial institution. Yes, you're there to hold government to account, but that's not just the role of the opposition. That's the role of every member of Parliament, to ask the hard questions and make sure things are being done properly. And as Peter said, what was done in the UK when we saw that parliamentary scrutiny fall away, and it wasn't just the UK, by the way, it happened elsewhere, was awful legislation, really bad quality legislation that was not fit for purpose. So when you see the legislative process being challenged, as it is being in Serbia and has been, Parliament's role is to say, no, there is a process for doing this. There are rules, and here's why. So what I'd like to see in the Serbian Parliament in the next session is parliamentarians working together for the benefit of a strong Parliament and a strong democracy and a better Serbia. And I think you have an opportunity to do it, but you also need to free the media. You need media pluralism, because without that, what's getting through to people isn't really the truth. So I'll leave you with those thoughts. And
Thank you very much. And before we say farewell or goodbye, one sentence from each, please, so that we would know. So we would like to hear one sentence from each of you. And I know we missed the second round of these discussions, but we'd like to wrap up with each sentence from each of you. Jovana, we haven't forgotten about you. Maybe just a conclusion to wrap up the discussion. I would just like to conclude that in Montenegro, the parliament now represents the interests of the citizens and who present all the nationalities of Montenegro. And I believe that this consensus and this structure as such reflects the actual situation in the parliament and the political dialogue in the parliament in order to achieve a greater consensus and in terms of key topics in judiciary as well, and on all other topics that were mentioned earlier and that are on the agenda of this conference. I believe that the process of EU integration, and I don't think, but I'm certain that we have to have all of the shareholders of the societies included, the parliament and the society, and that only together we can achieve and be closer to the EU, and as for Montenegro, very soon in the EU. But we have a lot of factors to challenge, yes, and we wish you the best of luck in terms of the parliamentary issues. Mr. Bilčík, just a sentence from your side for all of us here.
Thank you very much. I've listened carefully, and I just want to leave you perhaps with a message that without well-functioning parliaments, without parliaments which will really be parliaments of the 21st, not the 19th or the 20th century, democracy cannot work and will not work. And this goes for the Western Balkans as much as it goes for all the rest of the continent, and all of the democracies which are working, are struggling to work. And this also goes for the European construction. So I think we are all in this together in different positions as members of parliaments, as democratic politicians, as people, activists, civil society concerned about democracy. And I think this is why these conferences are not only useful, but they are indispensable. And I wish you all the best in the next day and a half when you discuss. But I also think it's important to take this message away beyond the conference and make sure that all of those who sit in government understand that one day they may be in government, but the next day they may be back in parliament. This is the nature of politics. And this is why I think we should all have certain basic respect for each other and our roles and the essential balance of power between the government, the parliament and the judiciary. That's extremely important. And without parliamentarians and parliaments which can take decisions, this is not going to be possible. So I'm crossing my fingers for all of our friends, colleagues in the Western Balkans. I see here Jovana Marovic, and I'm really hoping that Montenegro can make some leaps toward what I think we need to start talking about publicly, and that's EU membership. And I know the situation in Serbia is extremely complex, difficult, but I've always been convinced that there is only one meaningful future for Serbia, and that's in the European Union. And again, I'm crossing my fingers for my friends and colleagues there that we can continue our lively discussions. And we stand ready to help and be there for you from our position as members of the European Parliament. But of course, you also have the key responsibility in your hands when it comes to taking decisions and making those decisions. And I hope that democracy, parliamentary democracy, and Europe is a winner in this. It was a longer sentence, apologies, but thank you for this and greetings to all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bilčik. Gospodine Odaloviću, dobili smo mnogo
Odalović, we have been given a lot of encouraging messages for the National Assembly, perhaps wrap-up sentence and a thought for other shareholders and not only for the National Assembly, what we as a civil society and the media can do for the National Assembly for it to recover its power.
Well, I will repeat what I've already said, and that is that I believe that the media and the civil sector can do a lot when it comes to good preparation of both the general public, but also when it comes to support to immediate actors, because, of course, the parliament is the point of final discussion before specific laws or bylaws are adopted, which will guide all the future activities and the executive power and provide us with appropriate guidelines. So the existing mechanisms should become fully functional, and we should find new mechanisms if they exist. The fact that we meet in the building from the early 20th century doesn't mean that we are not ready to be a 21st century parliament. So MPs can be supported. And once you start a campaign, you are campaigning in order to get support for certain views and opinions. This needs to be articulated in a certain manner through the parliament, where these policies need to be promoted, and that this is a place where we can look for links between issues that can be linked and where we can have clear views on other issues. We also have a code of conduct for the MPs, and I really want to believe that the parliament, as it is, the representative parliament, will be able to meet all the future challenges. Thank you. We do expect a lot. Mr. De Munter, maybe a last comment, a final sentence?
Abuse of this opportunity to squeeze in another point which I would have liked to mention. It is not that much about functionality and the role of parliaments, but rather in the context of enlargement. I think it's extremely important, and especially after COVID, to resume as much as possible the people-to-people contacts between parliaments at different levels, European Parliament, national parliaments, member states, national parliaments, of the region. And in that respect, I would like to draw attention to a first, which will happen today. And this is yet another format of meeting. This afternoon, in the premises of the European Parliament, there will be the very first Inter-Parliamentary Committee meeting, which brings together our Committee on Foreign Affairs, parliaments of the national parliament, representatives of the national parliaments of the EU member states, plus representatives of the parliaments of the Western Balkans 6, Turkey, Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia. So there will be, with copyright to the BBC, some hard talk, I think, this afternoon, but also, I hope, some good interaction between people, and this kind of meetings is also very important. Thank you.
Thank you for this information, important thing. Mr.
And sorry,
Knowles.
it will be web streamed, so if you are interested, you can follow it afterwards. You won't lose anything, so which will also be my frustration, being here and not being there.
Good to know. Thank you so much. Mr. Knowles, to conclude.
I work for an impartial broadcaster that has no political view on anything. So if I said anything controversial, I never said it, it didn't happen, coffee.
Hvala vam puno, hvala našim sagovornicima, brza kafa.
Thank our panelists. Let's have a quick coffee and go back to have talk about very important topic, elections. We'll start at noon.
to have your headphones ready to switch.
Do we all hear each other? Do you hear me well? Those of you listening to the English channel? Yeah? Okay, good. Good afternoon. I believe that we are all ready to start. Welcome to the panel. Trust, accountability, and expectations from the electoral process. And on this panel, we'll open a discussion on elections and the conditions for high quality and fair election process. And we will be discussing this through three key dimensions. On the one hand, we will have the trust, on the other, the accountability, and the third, the expectations. And of course, all these three dimensions are the pillars in the elections and should be as such, but also in all other processes and attempts to change the election framework and change the rules of the game and so on. Today with us, we have 5 panelists. and all 5 of them have relevant and rich experience, and I believe that their different roles that they play and have will help us consider the expectations and issues of trust and accountability of the elections that are relevant for this topic. And in this first round of discussions that will last 60 minutes as well, I would like to start with Dragan Koprivica, our dear friend from Montenegro. Dragan is the Executive Director of Center for Democratic Transition and who has passionately implementing civil monitoring of the elections, and they also fight for lobbying better conditions for the elections and better conditions in general. And owing to the electoral reforms in Montenegro and its due course, and that in this continuity, you are advocating these ideas as experts. We are interested to hear your opinion as how and what sort of conditions do we need, and a consensus how do we achieve these electoral conditions. So we would like to hear your view on this topic and, of course, the role of different shareholders. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank CERTA for inviting me to be here with you today, and it is a true pleasure to have such a great team to share my experience regarding the electoral reform processes. And what is important to say at the very beginning is that what we as an organization of a civil society do and what we have a definition of a reform doesn't necessarily mean it's correct. So we see our aim based on experience and what we see happening in the world to have the monitoring of the elections to create better environment, to contribute for the elections to be fair and free. But that's not only what makes the electoral reform. The electoral reform is an important tool for governance by the political parties, both of the serious and not so serious politics. And this element is very important when talking about the role and the success of these reforms. And I had an experience to be, actually I had a chance to be in 3 working groups, the assembly working groups for the electoral reforms in 2013, 2019, and the current one that is now taking place. And from my experience, I could say that in 2013 we have done something. In 2019 we did nothing, and in 2021 we did nothing as well. So when talking about the electoral reforms, the most important thing is the political moment, basically, for these reforms. And this political moment, of course, comprises different circumstances and international and local and internal and external relations. And no matter how well prepared we are technically to form a working group, to have the civil society included, for the process to be transparent, for the organizations of the civil society are perfectly ready, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be successful. And from my experience, I could say that in the first 3 or 4 meetings of the working groups, I was able to know whether or not this process is going to be successful or not. So, for example, in 2019, we had an extremely unsuccessful one where we discussed the first 3 meetings, we discussed the rules of procedures. So it was obvious that it's a different focus that is at stake and not what should actually happen. And the last working group that we had the highest of expectations was formed after the change of the government in Montenegro. And you know that in 2020, we had the change of the government and the ruling government, and that we had new actors on the stage which won the elections and wanted to win these elections by saying that they are going to change the electoral environment, the electoral legislation, the need to democratize the society. And of course, when they came to power, this need literally was completely gone. And so these actors need to change and to start playing differently. And I will give you an example, and it might seem unbelievable to you. When this working group started working, at one point, out of nowhere, they started to be neglected by the two political parties that were primarily opposition. So imagine a working group for God knows what reason was boycotted by the key political actors who swore that democracy is their ultimate goal and need. And how do we, as part of the civil society, look at this process? As in 2013, we have decided for this reform to take place for the next 20 years and not to be disappointed by any and not to be depressed. We said, this is it. The process is going to take long. It's not going to be a short-term process. It is never going to be resolved as what people might think. We're going to have a reform, and then after that, we're going to have democratic elections. No, this is something that takes time, takes patience, and a lot of work and a lot of effort. And one by one segment, we started preparing each of them. And what is important for the civil society in this process is to be able to reach certain solutions. And this is why we need to divide the civil society into those who actually know how to do this and who actually want to achieve this and who are ready for very hard work, but those who are just there to stand aside and just watch what's going on. And only then, when we have credible organizations of the civil society actually say what they're advocating for, only then is it allowed for this process to cooperate with the political parties in a manner to give them these solutions, to give them these ideas, and to try to find a joint ground, common ground. And whatever the civil society might reach ad hoc to come up with certain solutions ad hoc solutions, and when this is not for the benefit of the process, basically. And so this is the role of the civil society is, and the political parties is, and the media were very important allies for us. In Montenegro, the media situation is not as same as in Serbia. We have no problem with our solutions to come out into public, to advocate this, and to talk directly about this with the political parties. So this sort of obstacle is not there, but we have a problem with the political parties that are not honest, that are not transparent. They say something but do the other, and at all times they are ready to sacrifice the process for the political interest. So this is how we see the process, and we believe that it should be, and its outcome should be such that all political parties should be in some current minus, but the sum of all of these minuses should be the benefit for the community. And we haven't had for a long time this sort of a process ever since 2013, and now we are announcing a new one, and we're not very optimistic about it, to be honest, but we will be there. We will continue fighting. We will be responsible towards this process, and this is what we can do. And as for the accountability for the failures, there is no accountability whatsoever. The voters are not very sensitive to this, for the lack of success. And they will do nothing to punish this. And the political parties are aware of this. The voters will not be punishing them for the failure. And this seems it seems that this process was not given the adequate support and was not treated fairly, and the solution was not actually attempted to be reached, but actually this is a process only how to trick your political opponent. Dragan, thank you very much. I would just like to stop you here because we have the second round of discussions where we'll be to talk more about what you have just mentioned, about what the actual process looks like and how to build the trust through this process. And now, if we may continue into talking about the actors and the shareholders and their roles in the creation of the consensus. Today with us we have Mr. Vladimir Dmitrievich. Mr. Dmitrievich is the president of the Republic Electoral Commission in Serbia, and he leads this institution ever since 2016, whereas he was included in its work ever since 2014.
Now a question for you. It seems that it wasn't that the Republic National Electoral Commission didn't have an easy task to adjust to significant legal amendments that came into power briefly before the elections. It seemed to us that such huge amendments do not go in favor of the Republic Electoral Commission and the mutual trust between the Commission and the citizens. So, can you tell us, from the perspective of the electoral administration, what would be a good a good electoral reform? First, good day to all, and thank you for giving me opportunity to represent my agency and for inviting me to participate in such a well-organized conference. The way you framed your question, it seems as if the Republic Electoral Commission is responsible for everything good and bad that happened during the elections. And I think that this is mostly caused by the lack of familiarity with the law and the election procedures, because these fall under the mandate of the Republic Electoral Commission. But this is also accentuated by the reactions of the election process participants that contribute to this entire notion. What I'm really glad is that we had positive response and reactions from the international agencies as well as the national bodies that work on election issues. What I would like to mention is that when it comes to all the bodies working on the elections, including the Republic Electoral Commission, these are very inclusive bodies. We have the representatives of all parliamentary parties and non-parliamentary parties. Right now, the Republic Electoral Commission has 84 members. When it comes to the election laws, the new election laws, the law on the elections for the president and parliament, as well as the local elections, it was adopted just before the elections. It was quite a delicate task for the Republic Electoral Commission to organize the entire process and implement similar but new procedures. And this set of laws, even with all its faults, has contributed to the improvement of the election process. What I would like to highlight is that all the interested parties participated in the development of this law, primarily the political parties, both parliamentary and non-parliamentary ones, but also all the citizens, that you say voters, since the procedure of adopting a law also entails a public discussion. I would also like to emphasize the role of international and national organizations working on electoral procedures. Of course, this is OSCE, the Venice Commission, CRTA, CESID, and other observers, of course. The Republic Commission also plays an important role because it implements many improvements through its bylaws. So you have a lot of new items that increase the transparency of the election process. And we do have a new body, which is a municipal, let's say local electoral commission, which has helped with the volume of work of the Republic Electoral Commission. We did manage to help with the establishment of these bodies. And in that sense, we've managed to reduce the mistakes in the minutes on the work of electoral boards. What's also important to highlight is that the law enables the participants in the election process to check the entire election materials, including the minutes. And then if some mistakes are noticed, corrections can be entered into official records. Also, the position of observers has been significantly improved, both international and national ones, since according to the law, on the basis of authority provided by the Republic Electoral Commission, they can monitor the work of all the election bodies, including local electoral committees and electoral boards from the moment the elections start to their end. As far as the Republic Electoral Commission is concerned, we are fully transparent. We have observers at each of our sessions. When it comes to the election voting results, they are produced by the local electoral commissions. And we have also real-time recording in the headquarters of the Republic Electoral Commission. As far as the reforms are concerned, future reforms, of course, I think that these should involve all political organizations in the country, both parliamentary party and non-parliamentary parties. And this systematic reform does not hinge on the Republic Electoral Commission. What we can do is to be a good partner if we are invited in the drafting of these policies. As far as the electoral system is concerned, where the elections will take place, whether it be proportional majority elections, whether people will be able to vote by mail or electronically, whether the electoral administration will be professionalized, so to say, in the future. All of this has to be a result of a general agreement between all political factors, as well as of a social agreement. And finally, the reform needs to be performed in line with processes modeled by modern states, primarily European ones. But it's also necessary to acknowledge the level of sophistication of our political system and political parties. Thank you very much, and thank you for thinking of the time. And now, moving from what you've described and your presentation of the elements of the election process during the last elections, I would like to now give the floor to the international experience and cooperative experiences. So today with us we have Dr. Magnus Åhman, Director of the Regional Europe Office of IFES, International Foundation for Electoral Systems. And Magnus is an expert on the fight against corruption and political funding. He has worked in over 40 countries worldwide. So, Magnus, we had several attempts in Serbia to improve the electoral framework. We did get some new rules and procedures. We can say that the transparency of our electoral process has increased through the work of the Republic Electoral Commission, but the problem is that the key essential results are lacking, and the key issues keep repeating and reoccurring, and citizens still do not trust the election process. And you've observed different reforms in different parts of the world, and from that viewpoint, how should the search for consensus look like? How should it function? And if we are talking about actors, in line with the previous questions, who are the actors, the players who should take the leading role in the electoral reform and the search for consensus? Who should play the key role according to your previous experience?
Thank you, Sirta, for organizing this event. Thanks to all of you for being here to discuss, among other things, electoral reform. And electoral reform discussions, then, is not a case of trying to find the best solution and then you can stop. It is an ongoing process to find what works best in a particular context at a particular point in time. As the USA Admission Director noted this morning, there is a distinct need to discuss electoral reform in the United States, although they've been holding elections for several centuries. There are various aspects to consider when we talk about electoral reform. The process must be inclusive of all relevant actors, taking into account those in a minority situation. It doesn't work to do electoral reform by majority decision. Timing is essential. We just heard from Montenegro about how it takes things to do things, have taken time to do things there. And for me, as someone who works with the election management bodies to implement electoral regulations put in place, I urge all of you to consider that electoral reforms must be introduced well ahead of an election so that they can actually be implemented in practice. And once introduced, and I think that's highly relevant to the point Tamara raised, it takes time for them to have an impact. Don't expect an electoral reform to give us an impact in the next election, possibly not even the election after that. So do reform, then don't tamper with it too much, because that will damage the process in the longer term. And you will never be able to see if that reform you did actually works in practice. Think about unintended consequences. Things normally go wrong, and elections are no exception. So think about how the rules you propose may go amiss. This can be done intentionally by someone who doesn't want to see democratic progress, or it can be done accidentally. One final point I mentioned, because I realized at our time, unless you involve women and men equally, you will not have comprehensive view of the best approach. And the electoral process you end up with will not be suitable or fit for purpose for all citizens. And I do note that that is an issue for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magnus, for this very important perspective. And I would like to switch in Serbian. I'm going to switch in Serbian.
So, today with us we have Micah McNulty. He is the Senior Election Advisor for the USAID in Washington, and he has more than 20 years of experience in governing and providing technical support to the electoral and election processes and programs in more than 20 countries worldwide. And so, Michael, relying on what was initially said with and discussed with Magnus, I would really like to hear from you, your perspective and your view and your experience comparatively for you, and what should the electoral reform look like, and what was good and what was not, who are the actors, and if you could give us some sort of an example that could be considered, and maybe some recommendations could be drawn from this.
Important time. Yeah, so I won't focus too much on Serbia because we have experts here who spent countless hours on Serbia electoral reform process, and I think we'll hear more on that. So zooming out to the comparative perspective, I would actually emphasize some points that Magnus already raised, which will help save us time. But ultimately, we know electoral reform processes are political. They're not technical. There are technical aspects of it, but when it comes down to it, this is about setting the rules of the game. And then when you think about it, it really only comes down to one word, which is trust. You need to have trust among the players of the game, among those who are observing the game. Otherwise, there's no hope to have trust among the different stakeholders in the process itself and the outcome of the election. So trust is kind of the foundation for any electoral reform process, regardless of the technicalities. Like Magnus said, it's different for every country what's right for the country. And so what makes for trust? Well, there's three principles that we've kind of seen over the 35 plus years that USAID has supported these processes, and personally that I've seen. Comes down to transparency, inclusion in the process, as well as accountability of the process. So those sound like very general, vague words, but they actually have very specific meanings when it comes to international standards and what electoral reform processes need to have. So just to kind of, give a little bit of specifics on each of those, right? So when we talk about inclusion in the process, we're talking about all the key stakeholders, all the political parties on all sides of the spectrum need to be involved in a very substantive, genuine way in the discussion. And I think, we saw the two parallel processes here in Serbia last year before the elections, and there were some elements that did have some of these principles and then some areas for improvement for future reform processes. Inclusion also means, like Magnus said, we need to have all segments of society involved. Men, women, marginalized communities, youth, national minorities, and others need to be substantively involved in that conversation. And all these different actors, civil society, media, monitors, need to have a direct way to express their views and input into the process. Not indirect, but direct way. And then transparent process means that not only observers can monitor all parts of the electoral reform process, but that draft amendments or draft laws are published and shared in time for substantive comment to be provided throughout that process. And then accountability is a crucial aspect that I think we often forget when it comes to election reform processes. This is thinking about when decisions are made about which direction will be the decision makers will go with the process, that they actually are providing feedback about why they did and didn't accept certain major proposals of key actors, so that everyone understands kind of the rationale behind the decisions made. And that's really what accountability is. And then I think Magnus hit on the other point. Accountability is also doing it in a way that there's enough time for everybody to adapt, to understand the regulations, to understand the changes. We know the often cited Venice Commission good standard of having 1 year in advance of an election to adjust, which is a crucial aspect. So I would just summarize with 4 key questions. Thinking about any future reform process in Serbia, to think about these 4 questions. 1, is the reform process set up in a transparent way so that everybody can see and know what's happening? 2, is the process genuinely inclusive of the key stakeholders? 3, is there sufficient time for an inclusive, transparent process and for the actors to adapt to those changes in advance of the elections? And then 4, to what extent are voters and stakeholders aware of the changes and able to adapt? That being said, that's a perfect process. You could have perfect reforms, you could have a perfect process, but what matters is actually if they're implemented effectively, and that's maybe the accountability piece that we can turn to in the second round of questions. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Michael. I sada za ovaj prvi da završimo.
And now to finish the first round with us today we have Raša Deljko, Program Director and Head of Election Observation Mission of CRTA, which had 3,000 observers this year, and CRTA has been advocating for the electoral conditions that would enable fully transparent and fair elections in Serbia, and CERTA is also willing to offer some solutions. And such a position of somebody who's an observer, but also an advocate, can often confuse different actors. So what are we interested in is how does CERTA reconcile this role of observer and the advocate of free and legal elections.
Thank you, Tamara. I will not thank CERTA for this conference, but I would thank Tamara because the initial idea came from her for this conference to be organized and to gather all together, and she and her colleagues are at the head of this. And though we do not have a gender balance at this panel, your role here, I believe, is counterbalanced, definitely. So we are often asked in CERTA in terms of our very critical language towards the decision makers and the state institutions in terms of the accountability and for the implementation of the procedures and improvement for that matter. And in terms of our role of observers, just standing from somewhere on the side and just noting down whether something has been done or not. And when we started and when we got into this madness of elections, and here in the audience we also have observers who are part of the CERTA's network, we didn't want anything else and anything better, and if we didn't think that our society deserves free and fair elections. And I believe that it is a very important key point. What do you measure and how do you measure whether they're fair and accountable? And I believe that Michael, owing to his international experience, Magnus and Dragan, who is also the election observer even before CERTA, not only in Montenegro, there are societies where the conditions in Serbia are a role model, and we can say that what we have in Serbia is a standard. But as a citizen of this country and as an activist, I'm not happy. I'm not satisfied, and we have to continuously, and those of our colleagues present here from the Republic institutions and other institutions, to always keep them tentative and to give them argumented but also open and transparent views, and to have them hear where we might have made a mistake or where they have made a mistake. And I think Michael said a key point, that it's a matter of trust. And in our society, we lack trust in between different social groups, citizens, politicians, among the politicians, the citizens and the institutions, and in between the institutions as well. And I know for very hard tasks and work being done when we talk with people from these institutions with what sort of problems they are faced with in order for something that was adopted as a bylaw or law to be implemented, because, I don't know, there is a lack of trust, lack of motivation, and so on. So, and I believe that we have the luxury to, to present something that might be even sound as science fiction to somebody from the Republic Commission who see they only have 5 or 10 colleagues available, but would need 50 or 100 of them who would be able to drive these reforms and processes, especially in terms of electoral reforms. And the message that we try to convey, even during and especially now, when some of the part of the elections are completed, is that the elections in Serbia are a result of enthusiasm of only a couple of people. And I very often say that I can literally count them on the left hand, on my left hand. And they're majority present here in the audience. And I believe that I have spent my time. But I have one more thing that I want to say. This is wrong, but on the other hand, as a society, each and every one of us needs to provide support, because only if we create an environment where we'll be able to do something together can we change this situation that is not very easy for the better. So thank you very much. This is the key conclusion of the first round of the discussions. And now, when we move on to the second round of the discussions, I believe that all of you have stated in your first answers and statements and have given the view on the question that I will repeat again, but I would like for you to consider them in terms of what needs to be done and what are the further steps and where does the accountability lie. And we started discussing this in the context of Montenegro. We discussed how the process looked like until now, what are the various actors, and what did they do so far. And now, Dragan, from your own perspective, what do you think, and how would you like to build trust and to determine accountability for what is going on in all of these and throughout these years of the electoral reforms? So if you could only very briefly just draw upon it, just a minute or two.
So I have already said, and I will mention this, that the citizens should be those that punish the sanction and such behaviors. This conditions for this does not really exist in Montenegro, and it's not an issue of trust. Political parties have great communication, which is not, of course, not evident in the public space, but really great communication, because we do not cooperate only on the issue of elections, but also we cooperate on many other issues. So it's not an issue of trust, it's an issue of political will. I will be brief, but I really have to mention an event that happened in Montenegro. So EU has proposed to have all local elections at once in order not to have a constant and non-ending electoral cycle, which seemed as a good idea at first. And then our genius politicians actually thought about how to do that. It sounds like a joke, but it's not. One group in power at the time thought about doing it by amending the law on local self-government, ignoring the law on election of MPs that determines the mandate of MPs and so on. And this took place in autumn of 2021, and due to their political infighting, this process went nowhere. So 3 months later, there were another party in power, and now it proposed the same proposal that they opposed so much when they were in opposition. So those who were against it are now for it. And by amending the law on local self-government, they're actually delaying the elections and creating a precedent that the elections can be delayed whenever you want, whenever you have a majority in the parliament. And if you're in a society where such things occur, where politicians like to play games with the elections, and all of them, first those in power who want to do it didn't manage, and now those who were in opposition are doing it. And it's very hard to successfully implement electoral reforms in such an environment. Well, we did reach out to the Constitutional Court, but even though we raised the initiative to assess the constitutionality of this proposal, the Constitutional Court did not meet even in a month and a half, and I believe they won't give any decisions on this. And so the elections will be delayed once again, because this is something that it's needed, that the political elites need. And how does that reflect on the citizens' trust into parliament? The level of trust is always dropping. They don't trust political parties, but 80% vote. 80% of the population votes. So there are numerous paradoxes. We would need a lot of time to analyze them all, because there are explanations for all of this, but it's hard to talk about responsibility and a future process if you have such situation in our country right now. Thank you, Dragan. We'll leave this example for discussion during the next 2 days. But now I would like to go back to Mr. Dimitrievich. You did mention that how the process should look like during your first response and what it actually looked like and what were its results. But from your viewpoint, let's go back to the perspective of electoral administration. Is there something that you lacked? Was there something that was supposed to be done, but it wasn't? Were there some gaps in the process of electoral changes and amendments? And you mentioned that priorities should be created through political consensus, but from the perspective of the needs of the electoral administration, can you comment on what the next steps would be and what would be your priorities if we were to discuss on what needs to be done tomorrow, for example, and what would be the viewpoint of the administration?
As you said, I partly responded to this question in the last, what was previously said, and what the Electoral Commission managed to do is legal framework and the increase of transparency of the entire election process and the implementation of the electoral procedures for which the RIC is in charge of. And this is an extremely complex job to do and a task to do, set within the definite timeline. And from the moment of through all stages of the electoral process until the determination of the actual results and the outcomes of the process. And what we have done and what we are well aware of for some time now, and the actors of the electoral process are also aware of, who are part of these processes, the problem of education. And the education and the trainings refer primarily to the electoral committees. And for us, this sort of a problem was referred to, and we supported this through our activities, training activities, was referred to by different domestic and international organizations dealing with this. And the purpose of these training is to achieve such a level of knowledge, and members of the electoral boards and committees who will, in a legally prescribed manner, manage to implement this election process as it should be from the very beginning to the very end. But the law prescribes measures and provisions as such that the character of the electoral committees is only temporary. The Republic Commission is a new body, and the electoral committees are permanent, and the electoral committees are founded once the elections have been announced. And for more than 8,000 election points, the political parties and the participants could have suggested more than 200 and 300,000 members of the electoral boards and committees. And for this problem, because they're only formed only for the period of the election process, is the problem in what way to educate these people, to train these people. We're talking about people, and parties delegate people who have prior experience in the implementation of the elections or were already present in such processes, but there is no legal obligation, only a recommendation that was given by us as a commission, and now it's part of the law for these people to be people who are familiar with the processes. And what we have managed to do in the past couple of years and in the past couple of cycles, and we had the problem with the COVID because physically you need to do these trainings. We managed through, ever since 2017, through the lectures for the trainings for the election committees, to train so far about 100 thousands of people. And what is very specific for this cycle, and I have to admit that we had a great cooperation with IFES as our partner in terms of training and education. They have devised a model of the so-called online education and training, which is available on our website, and where everyone had a chance to have access to. So a large number of people, the future ones and the people who were then members of these electoral committees were able to undergo these trainings. And I believe this is very positive. And maybe in this interregnum in between the processes, in this sort of a model that we now have, the election administration, we can respond and try to respond to the questions we are being asked and to improve the cooperation with the non-governmental sector. And I would like to invite CERTA to take part in the solution of this problem. So, thank you very much, and we look forward to continue this discussion with the more focused roundtable after lunch, where the first topic within the thematic framework is the election administration and the protection of the rights of voters, and so we will have the chance to continue this discussion. And now I would like once again to ask Magnus. I would like to ask Magnus, given that we have placed a lot of significance on the trust and accountability in the course of elections, we would like to know, I would like to know, where does the key lie? Where is the accountability? Who is in charge of building the trust? And can you please just very briefly comment, perhaps, this in more detail? Whose job is this, actually?
Who is in charge of building this trust? The answer is we are. We work with electoral reform, and that's essential. And we work with the trust, as Michael was emphasizing, that we need to combine that with working on the demand side of accountability. While we work tirelessly for electoral reform, we need to work to strengthen the demand for democracy. There are very many important things that we work with on the supply side. Obviously, the Electoral Commission has a key role in doing that. But the long-term solution of accountability and democracy comes from the demand side. And key of that is working with young people. So they will build the future Serbia. So if you have children, when you go home from this conference, talk to them about the importance of democracy and of elections. If you don't have children, find another way of engaging young Serbians. So make that a key part of your contribution to the long-term progress of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Michael, the same for you.
So we are talking about trust, and there's a lot of emphasis on that. And who is in charge of the accountability and the build of trust when it comes to elections?
I would add maybe. Sorry. I would add maybe four overall points. So one, I'm not going to rehash what all the observer reports here have said, the great observer reports of OSCE ODIHR, NMO, CERTA, CESID, but I would just pull out maybe a few key themes from those reports, just from my perspective, and maybe that helps answer the question of accountability and how to take things forward. So one of the big issues that we see here in many countries is the issue of political pluralism. I think someone noted that there has been an increase or an improvement in pluralism, but uneven playing field has been a repeatedly cited issue here, and that continued whether it was people flagging abuse of state resources, pressure on public employees, unequal access to media, use of state power for clientelism, disparities in political finance. There's a laundry list of those issues that take political will of the government and the institutions to enforce, but as Magnus said, they also take the demand side. They need the citizens to really care about their democracy and to try to make sure that accountability is kind of not just put on the government or not just put on the institutions, but also on the citizens and civil society and the good monitors that CERTA and CESID and others are doing. So that's kind of the supply and demand side, I would say. That includes increasing accountability for election violations. So, the institutions need to carry forward the complaints that are submitted, but also people actually need to submit those complaints and follow through with those complaints and try to see them through to make sure that there is accountability and an effective dispute resolution. I'll go back to inclusiveness again. I think, without full involvement of different segments of the society, we can't have accountability. Now that there's roughly 40% of the parliament will be women, that's not enough. Now parties need to actually be accountable for ensuring that women's leadership within their parties are able to move up and take advantage of that opportunity, because it's a great opportunity here in Serbia. And then lastly, participation. Participation goes beyond voting. Magnus hit this point. Really, the citizens need to have the demand. And then one last piece of accountability goes to the international community. USAID, who I work for, we try our best to follow electoral assistance principles, including those outlined in the OECD DAC electoral assistance principles of 2014, both here in Serbia as well as around the world. That includes things like really doing careful context-specific assessments to understand how we can best support elections. And that's actually part of the reason I'm here, is to do an assessment like this with colleagues on a team to help inform USAID's work. And so a variety of things that we try to do to adhere to those principles. So I think, again, to truly move things forward, it's going to take all the stakeholders of Serbia, both domestic and international, supply side, demand side, to reach this common goal of elections that are genuine and democratic. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Michael, for all your effort and for all these directions, very important talking points. A sada na kraju...
Now, at the very end, Rasha, could you comment from the viewpoint of CERTA, of our activities? Where does the accountability lie, and what do you think should be done in the next period?
I will be very brief. The greatest accountability lies in the institutions that should protect the public interest. And of course, there is the accountability of all of us shareholders who in this process should be the support to the arguments, to the critical thinking. And I believe that the examples that we have given as a society, that we can, through excellent positive changes, and which we did discuss as the organization, and we will have this in the final report in terms of the Republic Commission as well. But we need to implement this practice into the local electoral committees that have a much greater role than they had so far. And we hope that after the constitution of the National Assembly and the revival of the political life through the institutions, we will be able to start the new process of discussions where we will agree about the consensus. What are the key problems? And without this consensus, we will not have the institutions working freely without any pressures and in the interest of the public. Thank you. That's the end. We said until 1. It's 1:02. So we would give more room for the questions from the audience. I don't know if we have the permit from the organizer. No, we don't. I apologize. Truly, the conference, this open part serves to start certain discussions, and then during the other panels and the other working groups, we will work more on these topics. So now we have a 10-minute break. And we hope to invite you to the next panel, whether the media are guardians of the public interest, and before going off to lunch. We'll see you soon in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good day and welcome to this shortened panel on the media that poses the question, are the media guardians of the public interest? We have here with us panelists who have a lot of things to say, so we won't waste any more of your time. You have the CVs of all these people at our website, and we'll jump right in and start working. First, for Professor Milosavljevic, CRTA has recently conducted a quite comprehensive research on mapping of the media landscape in Serbia. I hope that it will be published soon, but before that happens, Professor Marko Milosavljevic did a review of this study, so I would like to ask him to present the key findings of this comprehensive research. Good day. I hope you can hear me and see me well. Yes, we can hear you and we can see you. I'm glad. Thank you for inviting me, and let's move to the topic. As you have said, CRTA performed a media landscape mapping study in Serbia. I was the expert recruited for the study. I viewed it, and there are not a lot of surprises in this study. I'm certain that the people sitting on this panel, as well as people who are in the room listening to you, are already familiar with all of these issues. But what is needed and what is good in this study is that it was well produced in a methodological and scientific manner. So we have evidence and numbers on what is actually happening in Serbia's media landscape. I will summarize that and present the main findings of this study, but the overall results and findings show that Serbia, unfortunately, is the wonderful case of captured media, and this is something when the media and maybe some other parts of society are captured by the ruling party, government, state institutions, and government companies and so on. And this is very clear in Serbia's media landscape. The media market as such, from the viewpoint of economy, is quite limited, underdeveloped. From the viewpoint of GDP and the buying power, that is to say, what people can afford, from the viewpoint of prices of different services, content, cable services, and other services that need to be paid. And in such an environment, the role of the government and the ruling politics is even stronger. But in Serbia, as in other countries in the region, this happens in the following manner. The government does not use their power to help the media without discrimination, but actually uses the state mechanisms in order to control these media. There are a lot of such mechanisms, and they were analyzed by different foreign and national authors, and CRTA has also clearly identified that in this study with data and statements from the participants in the media space. And this all shows that there is a strong control of media in Serbia, preventing the media from being independent watchdogs, protecting people from the government, politicians, and even economy actors. And the situation is completely worst. All mechanisms are used, such as the system of state subsidies, the use or abuse of state regulators, the use of local self-government, regional and national government for different sorts of assistance and support that is arbitrarily awarded. Also, the support by state companies or companies connected with the government. And Telecom Serbia is the biggest factor in this area, because without their advertisements and other forms of support, some of the media would probably already be dead in the water. But all these media are actually linked to the ruling party, and the state telecom is used as the support mechanism for pro-government, pro-ruling structures. And of course, there are some other ways in which support is provided to the pro-government media and in which control is exerted over the media. Even when we have media with foreign owners, we have gatekeepers such as printers and distributors, the possibility to even print magazines or newspapers, even with those with foreign owners. We can see clear links between, for example, printing companies owned by foreign nationals and the government, where they actually use the printing companies in order to gain favor with the government. And all these mechanisms have been brought to perfection in Serbia. And the situation is similar to Hungary and to things that have been happening during the last 2 years in Slovenia. And I don't think that it's a coincidence that on your open call for new national TV stations, we have a clearly pro-government TV station from Hungary, who plays a similar role in Slovenia. That's TV2. They're very closely linked with Mr. Orban. And so we can talk about the widening of the media capture, the fact that we have foreign geopolitical players entering the country through the media, connected with their own, let's say, Hungarian, but also Serbian government. And at the end, I would like to say that I'm sure the majority of these findings would not be surprising to your guests, but the data and the numbers and the analysis are very precise and can be useful when presenting your arguments on what's happening in Serbia. But I was in Brussels 2 weeks ago, and the European Commission is preparing the so-called Media Freedom Act, that is to say, law on freedom of media, which will be mandatory in the EU territory, as well as the territory of EU candidate states. And this is the first attempt, the first regulatory act approved by the European Commission in the field of media, precisely due to negative experiences in some countries such as Hungary and Poland, and previously Slovenia, and which will create a set of prohibitions regarding the role of government in the media landscape. And it regulates subsidies, frequencies, rules of government regulators, and all the things that are used and abused by different countries, mostly, unfortunately, in Central and Eastern Europe. And this is what was a matter of concern for the European Commission. This is why this act is introduced. It will be a very important act for Serbia as well, because after the European Commission and the EU approve of that act, Serbia will have to change some of its policies. I'm certain that it will attempt to find the ways in which to keep up with its old ways, but I expect that this European Act will help the Serbian media to at least and make the situation a bit, at least partially better.
I would like to thank you for the optimism that you've shared at the very end, and I assume that this is what it's going to be like, that the only pressure from outside can help for things to be resolved here. But this research you mentioned it as a financial moment is something that is the basic leverages of pressure. And Mr. Zoran Sekulic, the director and editor-in-chief of Fonet, with 3 decades of experience in this sort of a market, how do you see, to what extent actually these financial pressures exerted actually damage and distance the media from the professional standards, but also from cherishing the principles of public information as such? Thank you very much for inviting me, and good afternoon. Given this is an abbreviated panel, I can only say one word to respond to this question, whether the media are the guardians of public interest, and the answer is no, at least not here, not now, and not for God knows how many years. And as it seems, they're not going to be guardians of public interest for God knows how many years onwards. So I have an amendment to play for what was said. The media are not captured. The media that are under political control are more or less voluntarily there. So nobody has pushed them into going into that to be in the political interest. But the media that are not politically controlled, they are more prisoned rather than captured. So I will try to answer to the question you asked indirectly, whether there is a public interest in the media. I would say that it's only in the law, but then in practice it's not there. And in practice, when talking about the media, we have the political interests, the corporate interests, the PR interests, the propaganda, the corruption interests, and even interests of organized crime even. And in such a situation, and the citizens of Serbia are actually living in a bubble. They are constantly faced with the production of something that is that is only a reflection of the truth, and not what actually is happening on the stage and what this society is faced with, but only a theater play of those who want the citizens to believe it in. And this play changes from one morning to the evening, and sometimes from one day to another. And so confusion is created that at the end of the day, people, when they need to make a decision which are significant for their lives, they are made on the basis of wrong and incomplete factual state. And of course, this also has a financial and business background and aspect. The market is small, but it's also true that the market is a discriminatory one, that it is segmented, that the cash flow are not transparent, that they are directed at those who are obedient, that sometimes there is only, especially in terms of the subsidies, it seems that some projects that are not under the control of the political power or those in political power are given something, but actually it's really minor, and it's only just for the matter again of the play that I have mentioned. And the major area are the so-called competitions at the local level, where large amounts of money are being turned over, and only those that are adequate for the political parties win at these competitions. And I'm very glad, I have to say, and I'm completely disillusioned after so much time. At one point in my life, I was part of creating the first media strategy that Serbia adopted in 2011. And I thought, yes, this is it. This is the first step towards the creation of a media system. But actually, it turned out that in 2014, we were given 3 new media laws that we applauded all together, the European Union, the OSCE, the media community here as well, and of course the state itself. But it turned out that in practice, the application of these 3 laws were completely misused and abused, and in all aspects, financial, political, whatever the sense, and that we were given only political parties as owners of the media, the political parties from the governing coalitions. So it's not a matter, we have adopted a new media strategy, and at some point in time in the future, we will be writing about the new media laws, or the existing ones are going to be amended, but it's not a matter about the acts. And it's not a problem about the normative sphere, at least not the primary one. The primary problem is the political will. And if we are to adopt the European Media Freedom Act, that's great, but Serbia will not have to apply it as long as in Serbia there is no political will for something like this to be applied, even if assuming that at that point the governing party and the governing structure is going to be honest enough to have this the state directed towards the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zoran. In this situation, what always imposes itself is a question of media services. Ljubica Gojkic is a journalist and editor and Radio Television Vojvodina. So, Ljubica, do the media services in Serbia contribute to this situation of a deteriorating media landscape? I'm the editor just of one TV show in the Radio Television of Serbia, and somebody who actually had the best experience in a private TV station, so I have experienced both. And I think that we have a huge polarization and the media are actually encouraging and not only reflecting that polarization and division. And I think that the public services have the opportunity to play a more important role of public interest. They are not doing that right now, not sufficiently anyway, but the potential is growing a daily basis. This space that is not covered by the agendas and the political interests does exist, and it's really a pity that the public services, public agencies are not recognizing it. And this, we already heard about a very good analysis of the situation in Serbia. And when it comes to media, there are more players than telecom. There are other interest groups, and also the interests of other countries, not only Hungary. And I suppose that is also a part of this analysis that was presented. So these public agencies, public services are called by citizens, are called state TV stations by the citizens. They see them that way, and the government sees them as its own voice. And we often hear that they do not, that they are criticized for not being pro-government enough when it comes to public TV stations. I think we need to raise awareness of its employees on the importance they can have. And we need the support of the society, which would be aware of the possibilities of the public broadcast, public TV stations, and they need to recognize the public interest, not only the interest of the party in power. And thank you, Ivica. And all the relevant studies show that the stronger the public media services are, the stronger is democracy. Maja Divac, a media expert, an expert for the public media services. Can you tell us where we are here? Thank you, Ivana. As Mr. Sekulic has already mentioned, the media in Serbia are not a pillar of democracy, and they should be. And of course, the special role here is played by the public media services, and our role specifies their role, which is to provide information to the public and also meet the needs of citizens for information. And the third, they should be accountable to the public for their work. Our media service, and I'm primarily talking about RTS, does not fulfill any of the three obligations, and unfortunately we have such a media situation that we have, and although the media services should actually be of high quality programs, they should provide a platform for public debate, discussion, and to be able to hear different opinions and ideas and concepts, and to hear the criticism of both the government and this is everything that our media service is failing to do. And I will only remind you of the example that all of the European countries have the practice of media services, and that the actual regulations actually recommend for all the member states and candidate countries to enable unhindered work of the media services to be able to work at high quality level and for the benefit of the entire population. And in our case, this is not actually the case. And as you even have said and asked in this panel, a couple of years ago, there was a research conducted by the European Radio Diffusion Union, that association, and it was confirmed that the stronger the media service in a country, the stronger the democracy is, the rule of law will be there as well, and the media that have a higher standard and a higher level of of democracy recognize the importance of the media services and support their work. And this is a mutual cooperation between the audience, the citizens, and the public itself, and the media themselves, and the media services. And so that they together upgrade one another, and the more the citizens are aware of how important the media services are for them to provide objective, impartial information, and that they can be informed of any topic and affect the contents and to express their own opinion, even more will they be able to work on the improvement and to provide support to such media services. Now, we'll skip all of this because we have an abbreviated panel, but I would just like to refer to our media service, RTS, as such. And though criticism, of course, can be referred to the radio television of Vojvodina, I have to say that what our media service, RTS, is doing and has been doing for years is just keeping silent. They keep silent about each and every information and topic that could in any way damage the current party in power. So the government, basically, and they skip
and they ignore, and this is how the citizens of Serbia and the majority of citizens of Serbia, at least the people living outside of Belgrade, are informed primarily through RTS and plus through private television such as Pink, Happy, and so on. And so RTS offers to the citizens of Serbia a flowered up image of Serbia, that we have no problems, that we are living in a country without corruption, that everything is ideal, that democracy is at its highest level. So it's a huge delusion, literally, and the RTS as such is the one to be held accountable for the damaged media situation and the system of public information, because it has and plays the biggest role and has the highest level of obligation. And how was this achieved? Primarily through offering an idealized, wonderful image that there are no problems and no topics to be discussed without presenting any topic that could refer to corruption or possible a possible problem of that sort. So anything that could refer or focus the attention of the audience to illegal actions of the government. And this is what RTS keeps silent about. Their channels for public debate are completely closed. Take a look at the RTS during the elections. I just want to say this briefly as well, that RTS is the most to be held most accountable for this sort of a situation, that they offer to the citizens of Serbia an image that should be true, that should be realistic, and citizens would know, and they would not trust what they hear about on Pink and Happy. But Pink and Happy, if there were to be RTS that should be impartial, well informing, then Pink and Happy would not be able to manipulate this, because citizens would know that what is being served on Pink and Happy is not true, because they would have a media service that is impartial, and they would know that when they turn on to the private channels, that what they hear there is a lie, that it's only a manipulation. But however, unfortunately, this is not the case, and this is why the citizens of Serbia have been exposed to, for a very long time, to literally brainwashing. And with this sort of a situation, you're trying to organize democratic processes, apparently, to organize elections. I'm sad that we don't have time to look upon the situation before the elections and what was it like before the elections, which was literally a scandal, because everything that they do is a scandal. Just a very, just a detail. Any professional service should, months before the elections, explain to the citizens what sort of elections are we be looking at, who is being elected, how they're being elected, and why they're being elected. And, regardless of the fact that representatives of the opposition parties had no access whatsoever. So imagine this to be a public media service. So absolutely, in my opinion, this sort of a situation is a result of their work, and if they're be held accountable for everything that is going on in this country. But just very briefly, one more sentence. I mentioned their other obligation, that they are obliged to satisfy the public information needs of the audience, of the public, I'm sorry. And they do not do this. In European countries, you would have different instruments and means of actually allowing the public to question what is being served on the media services. It's only one of the models, and unfortunately, we don't have enough time. We have, for example, a program committee within the media service. So RTS is to be held accountable for everything going on in our country, and in terms of democracy, not only media. And here I would like to wrap up. So I just wanted to say that RTS has no communication with the citizens. Citizens can only express their messages or convey their messages when they come up to only when by protesting. but they have they don't want to hear this. And they are sent thousands of letters from citizens, but fail to react to this. Yes, this was the topic of a research that you conducted, and which refers to the communication of the media services with the citizens. And it seems that this entire situation that we have brushed upon, even at a global level, it contributes greatly to the deterioration of trust in the media. And Serbia is one of the countries which basically reduced this level of trust to the lowest of level.
So Reporters Without Borders have a certain way of responding to the situation. This is the Journalism Trust Initiative. Leah Offert is with us. She's the coordinator of this initiative. So can we tell our audience what this is and how the media can participate in this initiative?
And apologies, I'll have to give my answer in English. Well, the Journalism Trust Initiative is basically trying to touch upon all of the arguments and all of the challenges that were mentioned by my co-panelists. And I mean, historically, Reporters Without Borders is defending press freedom, and from a background of like violent attacks and real safety of journalists and legal support. But with these new types of threats of press freedom that came up in the last decade, not only in terms of internet, social media, and like the changing news environment, but also a sort of new political culture. The idea was to create a really tangible mechanism to, well, drive out the bad stuff with the good stuff, so to reinstate trust and to amplify good journalism, trustworthy journalism, because what we've seen in every country, there are good journalists, there are media professionals and media outlets that abide by professional standards. It's only that they don't always have the visibility they deserve. So the idea behind the Journalism Trust Initiative is to compile all of those existing professional and ethical standards into a standard document. It's an ISO type standard, and this is the new thing about the approach, that this tool is not only a self-regulatory mechanism, it's a standard that has been set in an inclusive process along those, well, it's on a European level, so CEN standard setting process, with stakeholders from the entire media sector. So it includes not only journalists, but also academia, regulators, advertisers, platforms. And the result of that is a standard that has 18 clauses in 2 sections. The first section is on transparency and ownership, and the second section is on editorial processes and accountability mechanisms, and like how that would to be implemented by media outlets. And here in Serbia, we have 2 media outlets that have actually already tried to apply, that have actually gone through the process, Istinomen and Senzolovka. And it would be the media outlet would basically take the standard, which comes as a catalog of about 100 questions, and go through it detail by detail and answer questions. For example, who are your owners? Who are the best beneficial owners? What is your revenue sourced of? And then in the second section, looking at the professional standards, editorial guidelines, communication with the audience, ombudspeople, so these things. And then if a media outlet, so there's 3 steps to that. The first step would be completely internal, so as a sort of like deep look in the mirror, where are we as a media outlet, as a profession at? And then there are 2 optional steps. So the second step would be basically disclosing that information and sharing it not only with the audience, but also with, well, advertisers, for example, because in the end there is a big financial stake. And then the third step would be to be audited by a third party, so an external audit, like a tax audit, for example, against the standard. So it's basically a third party coming in and looking, are you actually holding up the principles you claim to hold up? And, well, what was the second part? Sorry, what was the second part of the question? What was the second part of the question? So this is
just to present the initiative.
Yeah, so I mean, in the spirit of transparency and upholding the professional standards, I mean, in Serbia, we invite every media outlet worldwide, but also particularly in this region where there is a lot of distrust and a lot of also misinformation of who a media outlet is, how media works, and a lack of communication. So every media outlet that wants to run the standards and show their readers who they are, and maybe also upgrade their own professional norms, are well invited to do so. And I mean, this is a global initiative, and we have seen basically that it's a standard that works in every country, in every context, for every sort of media outlet. So there's no difference if you are the French public broadcaster or if you are a small two-man media outlet in Albania. Professional norms are the same. And yeah.
Thank you. We are getting the messages that we need to be faster. And I'm glad that Professor Milosavljevic is still with us here today. You're one foot in Serbia, one foot in Ljubljana. You might be the right person to ask, to confirm or deny this belief that our media landscape is not sufficiently involved in global trends or even aware of those trends, since they are very much paying attention only to local situations.
Well, look, do you hear me? Well, okay, yeah. Well, I believe that primarily the media in Serbia that are independent deal with how to survive all of this. And the media that are not independent, as colleague Sekulic has mentioned, they voluntarily went into this devil's pact, where they were given a lot of money through different ways, pretty much through non-transparent and arbitrary processes, but they were given loads of money. And so again, they don't need to observe the professional events and what is going on in Europe or in the world. They only keep up with what is going on the global platforms, a little bit about what is happening with the artificial intelligence and similar. But in all other aspects, they don't need this because they are so put into this local context, local position. And although it's a matter of the national position and what is going on in Europe in terms of publishing houses or paywalls and everything else, it's less relevant. Yeah, some things cannot be avoided, that's true, but it's true also that when foreign global platforms, which they become part of the global self-regulation system, when they do this like a EFJ or similar associations of journalists, when they define the media that are not independent but actually define them as state-connected or state-controlled, and through their algorithms they put them on a worse position, be it Google or Facebook, of course, this will affect the Serbian media that are under the control of the state. And I know from the people from the platforms, but also from the people from political circles as well in Belgrade, that it did affect some of the media. So they are outside all of these global events, but on the other hand, they are put into this and they will have to somehow keep up with what is going on a global level. When the Serbian state, the Serbian telecom, owing for the measures of the European Commission, will not be able to do some things the way they did it so far, I believe that they will try and find a new way. But definitely they will not be able to avoid the second arm of the European Union and the European Commission. I would like to thank you for this answer. And we did talk a lot about the financial and all sorts of pressures. Zoran, we mentioned today in our conversation, and actually you mentioned the numerous pressures from all sides, the numerous ways of affecting the media. So apart from the financial ones, where else do you see the pressures coming from, and in what way? First, in general, no government here, no matter how long I've been in journalism, has treated media as part of the democratic process.
Every government saw media as a tool. My personal experience is that this government has developed the system of using the media to perfection, using direct and indirect influence, political status, sometimes without even leaving fingerprints. So the government and the ruling party treats media here as a tool to promote their own political, personal, and financial interest, or as a way to get rid of those who do not share their opinions. And for years here, we have combined campaigns against other way of thinking, against different media, against journalists who dare to speak out and to be critical. And on the other hand, Ljubica has mentioned polarization. It doesn't exist only in the media landscape, but in the society as a whole. And I think that the public policies are based on the deepening of this division, and there's this constant insisting on us and them. And there's no other way of thinking. And if you're neither us nor them, then you're nobodies and nobody needs you. And we keep talking about pressure. It's not only pressure and threats and attacks. From the center of Belgrade, this seems very complicated and dramatic, but it's always very visible. What happens with journalists in Belgrade cannot go unnoticed. The problem is what happens to journalists outside of Belgrade, what happens to the journalists on the outskirts of Belgrade and in much smaller cities where the number of journalists with integrity is much lower and their position much more threatened. So I think that such an environment is intentionally created where people will quite naturally calculate how far they can go without endangering themselves or their families. Up to a year ago, we had annual IREX study, a global study on media sustainability in Serbia, and that stopped in 2020 once COVID came. And the sustainability of media was calculated by measuring 5 different criteria. And you had a 0 to 4 scale for each of these criteria, and then you would get some sort of median. grade. The last data for 2020 stated that the level of sustainability in Serbia was 1.46. And that's the same grade that Serbia had in the last year of Milosevic's rule. And we were fell into the category of so-called mixed system, which meant we do have media regulations and laws, but in practice media are unsustainable and journalists are exposed to different types of pressure. And of course, real journalists, and they were exposed to different types of pressures and threats. Thank you. Apologize. Just to add something. The state and the ruling party react to each of these cases by forming the so-called working group. So we have a standing working group for the safety of journalists with the representatives of prosecutor's office and police force, and we have a working group for the safety of journalists from the prime minister in her office. But despite of all these working groups and claims, nothing has improved. Quite the opposite. The situation is deteriorating. And we are creating an environment environment in the Serbian media landscape where it's quite legitimate to be attacked, not only by the centers of power, but in the street or in a store where somebody can recognize and said, well, he's targeted by the government, it's quite legitimate for me to attack them.
Thank you, Zoran Ljubica. We brushed upon the issue of the campaigns and the platforms as well, the social networks, the numerous narratives that can be found on all of these channels, and to what extent do the traditional media could be the limit. We have a disbalance of the social networks and the leaders of such campaigns. So to what extent do the traditional media can be a stop to all of these narratives? The traditional media not only can but should be and I don't agree that the traditional media are losing their audience, at least not at this point of time. And the greatest attention and greatest trust is given to the traditional media here and in the world of electronic media to those whose quality we could be discussing, but also the public services. And that I believe in other aspects of the program that are not only informative one, and I believe the informative ones are most important, but also in other aspects to generate more than satisfactory program. And the news, the RTS news, and Maya has mentioned this, is the most watched television, so to say. So our public is still directed at the traditional media, and generations yet to come are turning to other media as well. And at some point, when the new media started blooming, it seemed the traditional have lost permanently this battle. But I believe that the crisis situations, and we had so many of them lately, and we're constantly in a crisis, they actually direct people to choose traditional media, where they would be able to check what they saw on social services and social networks, and they will even trust the journalists from a traditional media and ask for confirmation about what they heard or read. And I have to say that I appreciate good ideas and enthusiasm of people who have presented here, but I'm afraid that if we are going to wait in the spirit of the European Union to help us here in terms of media, that we will have to wait for a long time. It's the same European Union that for years back has been writing about the state of media, how it remains unchanged, and that Serbia is progressing quicker or slower, is not progressing in terms of the European integrations, not only because it has the rule of law has been enforced here, but given that the progress of this sort is directed and under the governance of some other actors. And sometimes the media are often used as a good instrument of pressure for something that is the main focus and the main objective should be encouraged more. And this year we had a report that said that some sort of a progress was made in the area of media by adopting a law or adopting a media strategy, and I have great respect for people that are involved in the writing of the media strategies, that are involved in different working groups for the protection of security and safety of media, but the essence is somewhere else. And these journalists in Serbia need to bring their profession back into their own hands, to relieve themselves from the pressure of the owners, from the state, be it whoever the owner is, be it this state or some other state, so with the same specific agendas and objectives. So for the profession to be cleared of the PRs of people who have wandered into this profession and who should be dealing with something else and not journalism, and that the society here should recognize this battle and to whatever the extent help in this battle. And until we have the long arm of the European Union, I would like to see whether this law is even going to be functional, and actually to shake the media scene and let us see how it all develops in Hungary and Slovenia, and so that it would reach Serbia as well. It would be great if we had support from this side as well, but if we're going to wait for this support, we're going to wait for a long time. Okay, we only have a couple of more minutes, and I have to ask Maya one more question. So we do have the long arm of European Union and the processes taking place there, and the beginning of the regulation of the social networks and the hate speech is now on its way, and it seems that we have not even begun with this. Yes, I will be very brief.
So your question clearly relates to the law on digital services that the European Union has adopted. That's the Digital Service Act. In April, the EU countries have agreed on the text of this act, and it will be adopted quite soon, and it will come into power in 2024. But briefly, what's the point of it? It's a very important regulation. The idea is to prevent disinformation, false, fake news, the manipulation of the online spaces, and also the manipulation of media networks and social media. And the big corporations will have to be quite transparent about the way in which algorithms work. And in that sense, as far as the social media is concerned, they'll have to offer their users the option of refusing for the algorithm to observe their behavior, track their behavior, and align the advertisements and news with such behavior. And we know what this caused politically during the when Trump was elected in the United States, during Brexit. So the idea is to create a safe environment where human rights are observed, well, not in Serbia, because our broadcasting agency serves the government and not the people, but it's very important for Serbia to keep up with these new acts, to follow these innovations and introduce them in their laws, especially since now laws are being changed. And in 2014, the relevant European directives were copied to our law, so it would be good to protect the users in Serbia from all the dangers of the internet. A lot of attention is paid to protection of children and minors. The online world has to align with the rules of the offline world. But so we have good laws. We all agree on that. The media strategy, the new media strategy has been adopted, but the problem is that they are not applied. And this media strategy, if you look at the action plan that was written in the period from 2020 to 2022, I don't know if anything has actually been implemented out of the obligations listed in it. So when, for example, now we have an open call for TV stations with national frequency, according to the Media Action Plan, until the end of June, so for the next 3 days, the ministry and other relevant participants were obliged to amend the law on e-media and change the way in which the members of the regulatory body are elected, and to have a new regulatory body which would assess the needs of the citizen, and only that opened the call for new TV stations with national frequency. So the call has been opened. So we don't have the needs assessment. We don't know nothing about the media needs of citizens, nothing of what this market can absorb. And this was all done by the old regulating body, and we all know that they are political appointees, and the government will keep this regulatory body in its claws, because this is why we have the media as we do. Because if honest professionals working that body, TV Pink and TV Happy would be closed down years ago. So if we had professionals there, the situation would be quite different. And this is why this government will keep it in its clutches as long as it can. So all the laws and strategy will mean nothing. Okay, so we end on a tragedy. Unfortunately, we need to cut our discussion. I apologize. Thank you for your attention. We can continue during the lunch break. Okay, we have a lunch break. We'll try to shorten the lunch break